research that.
It all starts with that one
what
simple
can they
step.
Really do.
So
There's
what are you waiting
an eye
for?
on that. Markets,
Grab your
kind of
phone,
mixed here. We got the
hit
S&P up about
record,
15 points. The Dow
let your idea
negative
fly.
50 points, but the Nasdaq.
The future of your
pushing
startup
higher,
could be
up
just
about
one
6
video
tenths of
away.
1%.
Remember,
Yields, 10-year
be
Treasury,
clear,
we're off about a
be
basis point here,
passionate,
4.1%.
and most importantly,
WTI
be you.
crude oil off $1.
We can't wait to see what you've got.
$67.
Let's get funded now.
Bitcoin, 99,350. We're back on 100,000 watch. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. The major stock averages, right now they've turned mixed. Still, the S&P 500 set for its 57th closing record this year. We had the jobs report today. Non-farm payrolls increasing 227,000. So this follows an upwardly revised 36,000 gain for the month of October. Sarah Wolf, senior economist at Morgan Stanley, reacts to today's jobs report.
The economy's in a solid place, and we're not going to see much market moving around this. We're going to look towards the CPI data, but the economy's chugging along. It's in a good place, so we don't need to put on more cuts for next year, and it's not so high that we need to take off cuts as well for December.
Some of the stocks on the move include Qualcomm shares. They are lower right now. Qualcomm down 1.1%. We just had news that Apple is going to debut its own cellular modem chips next spring. That's going to replace the components from Qualcomm, their longtime partner and sometime rival as well. A federal appeals court today upholding the federal ban on TikTok. That's poised to take effect in January, though the case is likely to go to the Supreme Court. All right, TikTok news. You asked for it. Out with her top music from the past year, and of course, in the U.S., Sabrina Carpenter, the top artist based on views of her account.
My daughter sings this song in our apartment, and it is a little disturbing sometimes because she does the whole breathy voice thing.
Real, I do that the same thing in the shower. Yeah. $1 Million Baby from Tommy Richmond surpassed every other track in the U.S. Taylor Swift always seems to dominate things. Didn't make an appearance on either the artist or song charts for TikTok.
Wow.
So,
that's interesting.
There you go.
Right.
We check the markets and everything else for
Pete
you.
Tay-Tay.
Right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're also streaming live on YouTube as well. So head over to youtube.com, search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's where you'll find us. One of the themes that Alex and I like to stay on top of on a kind of a continuous basis is commercial real estate in this country. It had such a challenge like many other industries and people did during the pandemic. It's recovering. Different parts of commercial real estate recovering at a different pace. One of the ones that's really, really tough, and particularly for those in larger markets, is office real estate. Lisa Nee joins us here. She's a managing partner and head of real estate at Eisner Amper. She's here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. Lisa, talk to us about the office real estate market. I've started to see some stories about some marquee properties in top 10 markets starting to trade. That's the good news. The bad news is that huge discounts, 40, 50, 60% discounts to pre-pandemic levels. Where's the office real estate market in this country, do you think, today?
Well, thank you for having me. So the office still remains at, if it's Class A, those properties are still faring very, very well. Okay. So it's trying to see what sectors in the market and which type of classes of properties. So some of the Class C properties that you're going to see, that's really what a lot of the things you're reading about. I know you just read about some stuff this week in the New York City marketplace as well for office. And so looking also when people are, is this ripe for the conversion to rental? What are we going to do with this? What is that office, and how much money does it take to actually go in and either take out the loan or even fix the property? And so office is still going to remain a little bit, the CMBS report came out that it was a 10% delinquency rate, which is pretty high for office, and they were slated that they expected that to happen months ago. So it's taken a while for the delinquency rates on the office to generally creep up there. But I think people are still looking at it as a little bit of a concern and looking to sort of say where are the opportunities out there, whether it's the conversions, whether it's now time to retrade and think about repricing the office market. Hopefully, there's going to be somewhat of a mandate for return to office, or though we look around, this place is always bustling, but there are a lot of offices that are still quite empty. And how are employers going to be mandating those?
So for the Class C office space, what happens to those buildings?
Class C?
Class C. What did I say?
Yeah, C. But that's that's not good, right?
Right, but yeah, what is that? Can you give us some broad examples of what that would look like, and then what happens to that real estate?
Yeah, so that would be older stock that could be in Manhattan or in any city around the country that probably needs a lot of work to renovate it to get it to where the amenities that you guys have, such as Bloomberg or some of the, even where our offices are now. So people are looking for those amenities to get them to a Class A building. That's a lot of capital that needs to be infused in that. So people want that a little bit more of an experience in the office. There's more focus on health and feeling good about where you are. Those Class Cs are probably 40 to 50 years old and don't have that feeling and that look.
But that, I'm thinking anything but Class A in this marketplace in New York City. I'm thinking that's 70% of the square footage. I mean, it's a ton. I mean, look at every building up and down 3rd Avenue, every building up and down Lower Park Avenue. Like Park Avenue, just above Grand Central Station, was in the news this week. I think, you know, that's got marked down below the value of the mortgage. I mean, there's so much of that square footage in the city. Nothing's happening to that stuff. You can't renovate that stuff, can you?
So a lot of it, so you're also looking at external renovations versus internal and recreating that space for the tenant experience. And so a lot of it can get changed internally for the tenant and even the lobbies. So yeah, you're not going to have the glass windows and the beautiful outside facade, but interior for the tenant improvements, you can make those changes to make it more palatable for the consumer to use that product.
But again, to your point, it's still expensive to do that, and also we don't know what the return to office mandate is going to be for that to do. So what's like the next solution? So there's not the money to kind of renovate it, right? Does it just go to the bank? Does it go belly up? What happens to it?
So we read there's two large developers in New York that are taking a platform. They just started a fund nationally that they're going to convert some of these office to residential. Now, we've been reading about this a lot, and you'll have a lot of people talking about the negatives to positive, but these are experienced developers who have already created some of that conversion from office to residential. So not all of the stock will convert, but some of it will really, really successfully with the right developer, and that's a really exciting thing, and that would be across nationwide. It's not going to, again, it's not a 100% solution, but it's a really nice type of solution for those types of assets out there.
What's happening with, I guess, commercial real estate mortgages as they mature, and now I gotta come back and rates are so much higher, and my loan to value ratio is all screwed up now, so I need new equity. What happens to those types of situations? What are we seeing out there?
Yeah, so we just saw this past week, Valley National sold $1 billion portfolio of their loans to Brookfield. And so those are positive things when sales like that can happen.
Did they sell it at a, I'm assuming
it was a very slight discount. And Valley National is going to retain servicing those loans, so they just really wanted it off their balance sheet, and Brookfield's going to take it over. Deutsche Bank, the $1 billion portfolio of theirs, which was unique. And why that's good news is that that portfolio had a lot of office in there. So the fact that that was able to trade and close, that's really optimistic when you look at it. So have we reached our floor, or are we in a stable environment? Looking at those $1 billion transactions, those would have been a highlight reel from the news. 2 happening in a week, or 3 even happening in a week. That shows that there is movement and some activity there. To your point on rates and what's going to happen, you know, we think the feds are going to cut again this month, and so consumers are looking on the sidelines and figuring out the money's out there. It's just nobody likes the prices and the rates.
Right, of
course. But the money's there.
Yeah, just you got to get the bid to ask. You got to get it just to come in, and how long that winds up taking.
Correct.
Before I let you go, how's Boston right now?
So interesting. Boston is an interesting market when you look at it. We're reading about it in the papers. It's a little bit slower to get back. Other cities are doing. I went to school in Boston, so it's got close to my heart, but it is a little bit slower to get back both on the residential and on the office commercial side to where some of the other cities we're seeing have rebounded a little bit quicker.
All right, good stuff. Lisa Nee, thank you so much for joining. Lisa Nee is a managing partner and head of real estate for Eisner Amper, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. I like to think we're in an A or A plus.
Oh my
building.
God, yeah.
Totally,
We're like
right?
A++. Everyone's jealous of our snacks. And
I
you
know.
should have seen it, Lisa. We had a whole Christmas fair the
Yes, we
last
did.
few days.
Yes.
It was jamming upstairs.
It was.
The snack flow was unbelievable.
So yeah, Bloomberg, they've figured out this get people back to the office kind of thing. So
Yeah.
it's all working out for them. Looking at the markets here, kind of mixed out there. We got the S&P up 11 points, the Dow down 47 points, the NASDAQ up 100 points there. So keep an eye on that. Yields, 10-year Treasury, talking about 4.15% off a couple of basis points. Mortgage rates, 30-year fixed, still 6.69%. Not what you like to see. And they say if you get a 5 handle, then maybe some sellers will come to the market.
I'm waiting.
Yeah,
We're waiting
for
that. Yeah, we'll see if that actually materializes. Well, speaking of, we're going to talk to Ira Jersey next, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, plus his call for 2025 and sort of what the outlook there is for the yield curve. This is Bloomberg Intelligence.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Friday, everybody. Alex Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries all around the world. They also cover eco stuff. And for that, we go to Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist, looking at what's happening in the bond market after the jobs data. You're seeing pretty much buying from most of the curve, particularly in the front end, down by about 6 basis points to 4.08. Does that reaction to the jobs number wind up making sense to you in terms of the expectation? Okay, December's a done deal. They're going to cut, and then we'll see.
That's pretty much what the market's telling you, is that December's done, and if you look at not just the 2-year yield, but you look at other short-term interest rate instruments like SOFR futures or Fed funds futures, what you see is the market pricing for, yes, the Fed to cut in December, but then skip January and then cut again in March, right? So it's not necessarily in every single meeting type of thing that the market's now anticipating. And since the number came out, I've dug into some of the less known, less headline-y kind of data, and what you realize is things like the unemployment rate going up a tad, even though on the face of it it doesn't look great, it went up in large part because more people entered the workforce or re-entered the workforce than actually got fired. Actually, very, very few people got fired, according to the household survey in this report. So that's actually usually a good sign, right? People going back into the workforce is often a sign of optimism by the consumer, like, hey, jobs, I have to get a job. Or you can take the pessimistic view, of course, is, hey, my significant other or has a job, but things are getting a little tight because inflation's high, so I need to get a job too, right? So you could actually look at that both ways, but I tend to be an optimist, so I think that it's probably a good sign rather than not.
Which is weird because he's a bond guy, so usually it'd be the other way around.
Yes.
But fair enough.
Exactly. I'm an equity person, so I'm optimistic by nature. These bond guys are just dour. I mean,
Totally.
It's no way to live your life.
Well, those are the corporate bond guys, though, Paul. Come on, the corporate bond
Yes.
guys are worried about default all the
fair
time.
enough.
I'm a treasury guy.
That's right. Yeah, you don't have to worry about if you're worrying about default, we got a problem. So, Ira, again, are you in the camp that this Fed Reserve's doesn't need to be nearly as aggressive as maybe we thought as recently as 3 months ago?
Well, certainly the market thought they were going to be very aggressive 3 months ago, and now we've priced out a lot of the cuts that hadn't been priced in prior to the October payroll report. I'm not convinced of that. Look, I thought that we'd have a much deeper economic slowdown than we've received. Certainly, the consensus was for maybe a recession right now. If you go back to the beginning of the year, we haven't seen that. So I'm not sure that the Fed has to go so low. The big argument that's been going on within, bond circles and economic circles is, what is this real neutral rate, right? This dreaded R star that we always talk about. And Mary Daly earlier this week said that she thought it was at 3%. It might be higher than that. And I think that that's one of the problems that the Fed has to contend with, is nobody really knows exactly what interest rate is appropriate for any given market environment. Now, I'd argue that that real neutral rate might be higher than 3%, maybe 3.5% or close to 4%, in large part because a lot of the growth that we're seeing is not funded with debt. Right, so when you raise interest rates, the idea is to slow down people borrowing money in order to finance purchases, right? And you don't see that. A lot of this is being driven by things like government transfers. You still have 28% of all personal consumption right now is being driven by people getting handouts from governments, and that is one of the. And when I say handouts, I don't mean that bad, right? Because it's Social Security and other payments, but it is being propped up by government spending effectively. So I'm not sure how much interest rates could really hurt the economy at this point. Even if the Fed hiked, I'm not sure it would necessarily slow the economy very much.
Well, and you just look at wages, right? Up 0.4%. I was just reading a note out by Michael Furley, just saying that, hey, that actually supports consumer spending. Like, now we kind of know why the consumer is holding up relatively okay. If this scenario plays out, from what you're saying, and we're looking at the curve the way it is right now, is that legit, or you think that needs to change more?
Well, the curve bull steepening today, so the front end yields going down faster than back end yields. That's a response to the Federal Reserve cutting interest rates, this month. And does it make sense for the curve to be steeper? I think it does, almost in either direction. So let's say that the Fed is wrong and they're making a policy mistake by cutting interest rates because the economy might reaccelerate. Well, you could actually see then long end yields sell off a bit, right? And maybe 10-year yields have to go back up to 4.5% or close to 5% over time. I'm not saying in the near term, but say over the next year or two. Or if the economy slows very significantly from here, then you wind up with short-term interest rates going down. So I think either way, the yield curve is probably going to be steeper in a year's time. The question is it bullish or bearish? At this point, it's hard to gauge exactly which form of steepening of the curve that we're going to get.
All right, we're at 30 seconds. What's the soccer match we're watching this weekend?
Oh, it's the MLS Cup final. Our New York Red Bulls, Paul. Come on. New York Red Bulls are playing Los Angeles Galaxy. It's an OG 1996 original game out in Los Angeles. And this would, if the Red Bulls win, it will be their first title ever in the franchise's 26-year history. So we were in there in 1998. My wife and I went to a bar to watch watch the final, and this is going to be an exciting one. And it's two teams that, the Red Bulls were the 7th seed, and now they're in the final, so it's great. It's a great story.
I didn't think we'd find anything that made him more excited than
interest rates when you talk soccer with him. Ira Jersey, thank you so much. We appreciate it. As always, Chief U.S. Interest Rate Strategist for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's based down there, down in Princeton. That does it for Alex Steele and myself. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew is next after this global news update.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Steve Kathan. A major court defeat for TikTok as a federal appeals panel turns down its bid to overturn a new law that could ban it in the U.S. early next year if it's not sold by its Chinese parent company. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
This is going to be a problem because Donald Trump, who originally was against TikTok, now wants to save it. But the question is what TikTok will look like if it does exist in the United States.
The case could be appealed to the U.S. Supreme Court. Jurors in the New York City subway chokehold trial have told the judge they can't reach a unanimous verdict on the top charge of manslaughter. The judge is considering whether to give them an instruction, urging them to go back and take every possible effort to reach a verdict. CBS's Anna Schechter tells us authorities in the New York City manhunt could be close to releasing the name of a person of interest in the fatal shooting of the United Healthcare CEO.
They have run down and chased leads on multiple names. They've had multiple names floating around. Since yesterday, we could report they have been closing in on who they believe might be the person of interest, getting closer to that.
The government says employers added 227,000 jobs last month, a bounce back from October's number. Economist Stephen Junot.
It's healthcare, it's leisure and hospitality, and it's also the public sector. It's not necessarily the federal government, but it's state and local. So all of these sectors are adding jobs relatively quickly, and they have been for some time.
President Biden is said to be considering issuing preemptive pardons for some of Donald Trump's harshest critics. The president-elect has vowed to go after his political rivals. CBS News correspondent Ed O'Keefe.
That list might include people like Anthony Fauci, the former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley, who became a prominent critic of former President Trump. It might include the California Senator-elect Adam Schiff, who has been a prominent critic. The former Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney is another name that could potentially benefit.
The CBS News Pittsburgh reports authorities have found the body of that grandmother who fell into a sinkhole looking for a lost cat. CBS's Stacey Lynn tells us soccer's top star has earned Major League Soccer's MVP award.
Messi! Lionel Messi won the award despite missing half of the MLS season. But in the 19 regular season games he did play, he scored 20 goals, and he also had 11 assists. There were many, though, who didn't think he deserved the MVP award because of all his absences.
And checking Wall Street, the Dow is down 67 points. This is CBS News. For fans of a global music star, all good things must come to an end.
Taylor Swift wraps up her almost 2-year-long Eras tour with 3 shows in Vancouver this weekend. Hers is the first tour to gross over $1 billion, and it hit that mark last year. The final number could be more than $2 billion. Swifties bought up everything related, from movie tickets to merch and beads to make friendship bracelets. The 50-city tour across 5 continents also created economic booms. Total impact in the U.S. alone estimated at more than $10 billion. Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
The NBA is returning to China. The league has struck a deal to play preseason games there more than 5 years after being banned over a team GM's support of anti-government protesters in Hong Kong. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Washington, D.C.
2 weeks until the government runs out of money and still no deal. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as Republican leaders on Capitol Hill sketch out a plan for the rest of the month and this congressional session to fund the government and pass a defense authorization. We'll be joined in a moment by Republican Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee. Will also weigh in on whether to ban the talk. As you've been hearing, yes, today on Bloomberg, a federal appeals court issuing an important ruling on the divest or ban law on TikTok. We'll have much more on that. We'll have the latest on the Trump transition as well, with Republican strategist Lisa Camuso-Miller. And analysis from our signature panel today. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are back together, and we start, as always, on Wall Street. Did I mention it's Jobs Day? Denise Pellegrini has the latest on the markets. Denise?
Yeah, it sure was Jobs Day, and we've got a lot going on. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. What a day so far. Investors reacting to prospects of that possible TikTok ByteDance ban you mentioned, Joe. Alphabet, Meta Platforms, Snap, among those who could see an increase in popularity due to that. If it were to happen, Google shares right now, Alphabet shares, they are up 1.3%. Meta shares up about 3%. Snap shares, they're higher about 3% as well. Separately in tech, Apple shares higher after Apple prepares a 3-year modem rollout to try to outdo Qualcomm. Meantime, November jobs report out today showing cooling demand for workers, but job market still solid. Mohammed El-Arian, Bloomberg opinion columnist and Queen College president, calls it proof the U.S. economy is still chugging along.
On the policy front, this did not complicate what would have been a messy situation. On the economy side, just a confirmation that the labor market remains solid and that U.S. exceptionalism is set to continue.
And El-Arian there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. Also, consumer sentiment, we got that rising to the highest since April. Here's the results. Stocks are mixed. Dow down 113 points. S&P 500, though, it is up 9. NASDAQ surging 108. The yield on the 10-year right now, 4.15%. Spot gold right now, slightly higher, up about 0.2%, $26.37 an ounce. And crude oil, West Texas crude, it is lower, down by more than 1% right now, $67.47 a barrel. Bitcoin still struggling to creep higher above that 100,000 mark that investors were so happy to see it at yesterday. And Petco, ticker WOOF, right, reporting a smaller than expected quarterly loss, strengthening sales. That stock is up more than 20%, Joe. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now whenever you get your podcasts. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and that, Joe, is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Denise, great to see you live from World Headquarters in New York. Indeed, I'm Joe Matthew. We're in Washington here on the fastest show in politics. Of course, on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio, and on YouTube, where you can find us right now. Live search Bloomberg Business News Live. As simple as that. Looking at shares of Meta here following that TikTok ruling. Up about 3% right now, a little more than $18. Remember, Donald Trump said if you get rid of TikTok, well, that's going to help Mark Zuckerberg. And there are questions about exactly where this is all going today. It's just one of the things that we want to talk about with Congressman Tim Burchett on a busy Friday. Did I mention you have made it to the threshold of the weekend? It feels nice today. Now, lawmakers have left town after spending some time here in Washington. Tim Burchett might be an exception. Everyone's still talking about the 15-minute Christmas party Congressman Welcome back to Bloomberg. It's great to see you, sir. You've got the most famous barn jacket in Washington here for our viewers. And I wonder your thoughts on this ruling. This basically keeps in place the bill that you voted for. I was looking at a news release a short time ago, 13 March, from your office. Burchett votes to require CCP-affiliated company to divest from TikTok. So has anything changed following this ruling today?
Well, not with me, and I know I'm on opposite sides where President Trump is. I would hope that we could get China out of that business. When China's out of it, I'd be okay with it. It's just another, currently right now, I think it's just another avenue for the communist Chinese to indoctrinate our children. And we should watch that because of the way they target them and through algorithms and stuff that I really don't understand. But I know that when I was talking about aluminum Solo cups the other day. My wife and I were talking about them, and then all of a sudden we both get ads on our phones about them. And so they're listening to us, and as we're listening to them. So I would hope parents would be very cautious with that.
Happens to the best of us, right, Congressman? You're talking to your wife, like you said, you mentioned something that I'm getting all these ads. I didn't know it was the Chinese doing it, though.
Well, with TikTok, it is. I think they're undermining. They don't even allow it in their own country. In their country, it's an educational device. Over here, it's just a marketing tool for some whacked out clauses. I think that's why you're seeing some, in my opinion, you saw a rise in mental issues with children after COVID, because when they were blocked off from the world, that's all they had to communicate with was their cell phones. And I think they're using that. I think they're using that to undermine our society. And I just think it's a real tough thing. It's tough enough being a kid growing up today, and it's even tougher if you got somebody whispering in your ear continuously about you're too fat, you're not pretty, you're not strong enough, you're this or that. And I just think that we should really be careful about what we expose our children to.
Well, listen, I know this is a real issue for a lot of parents. As you put it in your statement that day, you voted against allowing ByteDance to control what you called an enormous information mining source in the United States. You also mentioned Donald Trump just now. Do we really know how he feels about this? I know he had said on the campaign trail that he might work to save TikTok, but he also took action to ban it when he was in office. Where do you think he really falls down on this?
I think he falls down the sides of, I hope, on patriotism and in the American way. If we could get the communist Chinese influence out of it, I think it would probably pass muster. But until then, I'll still be sticking where I'm at. I don't trust them. They do not have our best interests at heart. And I'm very cautious of anything they have anything to do with.
Well, you think it's as good as banned then? I mean, we're looking at a January deadline here.
Well, you know, every time it's sort of like when we say we're going to ban all these crazy random phone calls from our cell phone from these marketing groups and things. We banned it for about 3 minutes, and then they figured out a way around it. If it affects their pocketbooks, they'll do it. But if not, they'll claim they can't do it. And you know, it's like when they say they can't. The FBI says they can't crack into somebody's computer or whatever, and then Musk brings somebody out and they get into it in 15 minutes. I think if the financial incentive's there, they can do it. Otherwise, they're not going to do it.
Well, Congressman, I want to ask you about what's happening or will happen on the floor of the House the next couple of weeks here, because you've got some business to take care of. There is news today. House GOP leadership plans to put the NDAA on the floor next week. I understand there's a bit of a difference with the Senate when it comes to top line numbers there, but then it's a matter of funding the government. And we understand that the Speaker wants to see a vote on the CR, not sure how long it'll last, in the week of December 16th. Will that just get us through the new year so you can come back and finish, or push us to March, or what's the right plan here?
Well, that remains to be seen. I don't want to hamstring President Trump in the first 100 days. I have traditionally not been for CRs. I think we're abdicating our duties. You know, we're really constitutionally bound to do one thing, and that's pass a budget. We haven't done that in 30 years, and that's by design. Both parties love it. When you pass, they drop a 3,000-page bill on your desk and you got 2 hours to read it, and all you do is look for the stuff in your district or which lobbyist you're going to grease, or where your wife and or your girlfriend, which group they work for, and then you end up voting for those terrible things, and that's why we're $36 trillion in debt. So I think we need to do like we do in Tennessee in the legislature, single issue spending bills. And people will say, well, Burchett will be here all night. Well, you pay us over $170,000 a year, dadgummit. We ought to be here all night working. These 2-hour work days to me are kind of annoying. It doesn't sell well back in Tennessee, I can tell you that. And until we treat this as it is, what it is, it's just going to continue getting worse.
What I want to ask you about the matter of supplemental funding, because you obviously are in a state that was impacted by the hurricanes that tore through the Southeast a couple of months ago. Should that be added to the CR for the sake of expediting that money, expediting that money, I should say, or should that go into an actual budget, assuming there's regular order in the new year?
Well, make no bones about it. If they put it in there, they're just trying to get more votes. It's funny money. They're spending money we do not have. It's our great-grandchildren. You say we're spending our kids' money. Man, we're spending our great-grandchildren's money right now. It's just more of the same. If we managed our money better, we wouldn't be in this situation. You know, I've got people still up there who've been standing in line, and they're told they can't get a $750 check because guess what? They don't have a cell phone. They don't have a dadgum computer. They don't have any identification. It got washed away in the flood, for goodness sakes. And you got some smart aleck bureaucrat up there telling them no, or they've got these houses for them that are 2 hours away. They'll end up losing their jobs, and they can't maintain their own property. This thing's a nightmare. It needs to be. It is a trash can. Quit picking and choosing things to clean out of it. We need to turn it upside down like a trash can. Put a garden hose on it, and dismantle all these groups that are doing this stuff. And you know, we had, when it all went down, Franklin Graham's group, Samaritan's Purse, was up there, Mountain Pride, all these other groups are up there on the ground. FEMA still, there, as of about a month ago, there's people in North Carolina still haven't seen anybody from FEMA. So I think.
Are you saying FEMA's the trash can or the government, or I just want to understand, Congressman?
Well, they're part of it. FEMA is a trash can in itself, in my opinion. You might have some good people up there, but it's just you know, when you're in a Walmart parking lot playing God with these people's lives, staying in a $300 a night motel, and they don't have running water or electricity, and then you're giving over $1 billion to illegals, and we got American citizens that have paid into the system that are being turned away. To me, that's a real problem, and that there's an arrogance there. There's a lack of connectivity. I think what FEMA needs to be is just a flow through for money that can get to these organizations that actually do the job, like Samaritan's Purse.
Well, we do like to think that there are some patriotic Americans working for FEMA who are trying to help people out. Congressman, I'm glad that you could join us today, and happy holidays to you. I hope you still got some Cheese Whiz left over after the big party yesterday. He's a member of the House Oversight, Foreign Affairs, Transportation Committee's Congressman Tim Burchett, Republican from Tennessee. There it is. The big Christmas party yesterday. Everybody was there, including the barn jacket. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Lisa Camuso Miller on the way in next as we turn to the transition. This is Bloomberg.
it is 12:21 on Wall Street. I'm Denise Pellegrini. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg, and we have this headline crossing on the shooting death of United Health exec Brian Thompson earlier this week because the NYPD has recovered DNA from an Ethos water bottle. They found this in an alleyway. They are currently testing it and waiting for results. The other thing we're watching, November jobs report out today. Here's the theme a lot of investors are talking about. U.S. hiring rebound, but rising unemployment keeps that Fed rate cut alive. Sarah Wolf, senior economist at Morgan Stanley, says today's jobs data really puts the Fed in a nice, predictable place.
I'm looking at all the underlying details, and it's kind of just showing that the economy's in a solid place, and we're not going to see much market moving around this. We're going to look towards the CPI data, but the economy's chugging along. It's in a good place, so we don't need to put on more cuts for next year, and it's not so high that we need to take off cuts as well for December.
And Wolf there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast, which you can download wherever you get your podcasts. As for stocks, right now, the Dow down about 86 points. S&P 500, though, up 12. NASDAQ surging 128. The yield on the 10-year right now, 4.15%, almost 4.16%. Spot gold right now, $26.37 an ounce. That's up 0.2%. And NYMEX crude right now down 1.2%, $67.51 an ounce. Bitcoin, 99,434 right now, below that 100,000 mark that so many investors were celebrating. And we have an unusual dynamic going on here in New York, Joe, in a high-profile legal case. A judge urging New York City subway chokehold jury to keep deliberating after it struggled to reach a verdict in the Daniel Penny fatal subway chokehold trial. The judge is asking them to keep deliberating after they told him they couldn't reach a unanimous vote on the top charge. That is a charge of manslaughter against Penny. Penny facing charges and criminal negligent homicide in the death of Jordan Neely, who Penny held in a chokehold for about 6 minutes on a New York City subway back in May of 2023. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Joe.
All right, Denise, thank you so much. Joe Matthew in Washington, thanks for joining. You made it to Friday. Yes, you have arrived at the threshold of the weekend, and we do have news. Even though lawmakers are trickling out of town here, it's all about TikTok, at least so far today. We've got some other things to discuss, and we will as we turn to the transition with Lisa Camuso-Miller. But having heard from the Federal Appeals Court, we did talk to Tim Burchett about this a moment ago. Upholding the law, the divest or ban law. That would mean the end of ByteDance here in just a couple of months. Headline, crossing the terminal, TikTok, not a surprise, says it expects the Supreme Court to take up the ban case. And that will likely be the next stop here, expected to appeal to the Supreme Court, even as Donald Trump says that he'll work to save the platform. Unclear how exactly any of this is going to work out. As we turn to the transition, it's been a very busy week here in Washington, D.C. with Donald Trump's nominees for some awfully important jobs walking the halls of the Senate. As we've told you, we've walked you through all of these, alongside names like Pete Hegseth, who has had quite the journey, personally and professionally, I think we can say this week, with allegations from sexual assault to alcohol abuse following him into all of these meetings, including the sit-down with Joni Ernst that we heard so much about. She is still not a yes based on what we're hearing, and some are suggesting that this could be a short run here for Pete Hegseth, as Donald Trump also talks to Ron DeSantis about potentially having the job. I've got a little bit of news for you on Ron DeSantis, by the way, but let's hear from Hegseth from last night, talking about some of the doubts surrounding his confirmation on Capitol Hill. Let's listen.
To senators, who are the ones that deserve answers to every question they have, and in every office we've stood in, we've welcomed that opportunity. It has been a great week. It's a process that's ongoing, and we look forward to finishing it.
Wanted to talk to a sage, someone who understands how Capitol Hill works when it comes to the transition and to all the matters we just discussed with Tim Burchett here, creeping up on a funding deadline and a whole new Congress. Lisa Camuso-Miller is, of course, that voice, Republican strategist, host of the Friday Reporter podcast, and former communications director at the Republican National Committee. Lisa, great to see you. Happy Friday and welcome back. You've got deep contacts at the Pentagon, and I know that you're closely associated with the national security and defense spaces. There are a lot of concerns, not only about some of the personal issues surrounding Pete Hegseth, and he denies them all, but even just his lack of managerial experience. Now, before I ask you whether you think he's going to get through the week, we've got a headline here. Donald Trump is going to the Army-Navy game, and he's bringing Ron DeSantis with him this weekend. Now, what do you think about Pete Hegseth?
I've been watching all week, Joe, and I think that the time is running out for this nominee. That's my point of view. This has been a tremendous distraction from the transition and from Donald Trump's, ascension back to the White House. So to me, it just doesn't add up. There's so many reasons why this nominee is not the right nominee. It seems like an unforced error and one that, on all accounts, will not possibly make it to Sunday. That would be if I had $2 to put on this one, Joe, I'd say Sunday is the day.
Wow. All right. So he's not doing well, obviously, and there's not going to be another John Tower. Some folks thought, you know what? Donald Trump says he's going to stand by his man. He said so just this morning. So let's let this thing go through committee and see what the senators can do. That's not the way this ends, in your view.
It just doesn't feel that way, Joe. It just feels like the energy is running out for Hegseth. I mean, yes, he's making some progress on the Hill. He's having meetings and he's answering questions, and that's really part of the process for sure. But to me, all of the other optics behind the scene, all of the questions about whether or not, it sounds like he may already have a pick in mind after Hegseth goes away. So to me, more than anything, I feel like he's probably hearing from the Senate. He's probably hearing from his colleagues in the party. He's hearing from colleagues and people that he knows and works with well inside the Pentagon and inside the national defense space. It just seems to me like this is an unnecessary fight to take on, and it seems like one that might go the way that the Gates nominee went, and that is that he would bow out knowing that it's too big a distraction.
Well, you know what's going to happen next, Lisa, is we're going to turn to Tulsi Gabbard, and considering everything that's blowing up literally right now in Syria, you've got a lot of people saying that she might not make it either. What is that process going to look like?
This is like a whack-a-mole situation, Joe. It seems to me like there are really 4 nominees that are very, very vulnerable. The first one we've already seen go, and that's Gates. I think Hegseth, number 2. Seems like Tulsi Gabbard and Kennedy is also on the chopping block. Those 2 guys they'll be the next ones. And look, if you're the transition, you knew that these were going to be controversial and that they potentially might not be nominees that would ultimately get through. But also, it to me feels like it may have even been a strategy. It may have been by design that some of these nominees were a little bit out of the box and were an opportunity for nominations beyond those to be ones that would sail right through. So to me, I think that we're going to see that Tulsi Gabbard will be the next one we look very closely at, and we see as one that will also not likely make it over the finish line.
Well, I got to throw this one at you because you mentioned Matt Gaetz. Don't make me bring up Matt Gaetz, Lisa. I have been hearing over the last couple of days a growing level of concern that he is going to show up to fill his seat in January as elected. He has not filed paperwork suggesting otherwise and has only said that he intends to step down. What happens if he shows up? Do you think he does it?
These are, I hate to say it, Joe, but these are politicians. So much about politics is ego, right? And so when you step away, he won that seat. And so if he's not going to be AG and he's not going to be a replacement for the U.S. Senate or a candidate for governor in Florida, then in his mind, the way he's moving, seems like he would go back potentially to that seat. The only thing that I think holds him back from doing that is the possibility that then that ethics report that so far has held as a secret and not been released potentially could be by those who want to see him go away for good.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that because the House last night blocked the release of that ethics committee report, having forced a vote on this. We talked about that privileged resolution from Sean Casten. Does this thing have to leak now? Because it's going to come out, Lisa, right?
It's coming, Joe. It's just, the joke in Washington is if you want something out there, you tell Capitol Hill, right? So to me, it seems like it is very likely that will get out. Matt Gaetz has made no friends on Capitol Hill. He's done everything to make enemies. And there are plenty of people that aren't even in the House anymore that want to see him go away. So to me, this feels like the other shoe that drops for him. And it's one that really would cause him a tremendous amount of discomfort and legal trouble moving forward. So for him, I don't know. I don't think the risk outweighs the reward. But like I said, in politics, it's a lot of ego, and a lot of it has to do with how the particular candidate feels about themselves.
Well, let's do a little lame duck lightning round here. Lisa, don't you miss the lame duck when you were working in the speaker's office? Mike Johnson is trying to craft a plan here. We've got 2 weeks to go until the government runs out of money. The plan as we see it now is to get the NDAA on the floor next week, even though they cannot agree on top lines with the Senate, and then a vote on the CR the week of December 16th. Is that actually going to work, and do we avoid a shutdown? How much breathing room do we get?
Oh, it's going to happen, Joe. It always happens. It's messy. You and I talk about it, twisting our pearls in our hands, waiting for it to go down. But yeah, the NDAA is going to get done. There's no doubt about it. It'll be negotiation. They'll be back and forth. They'll have to decide whether or not they want to do it under a rule suspension or what that all comes down to. But funding for the Department of Defense and for the support of the country and national security is one that everybody has to come together on ultimately. And funding the government is another one. I mean, there's no way we come to the end of the year without that getting done. Now, there'll be plenty of threats for having to stay late, having to stay long, having to stay into a Saturday for this Congress. But you know better than anything that the smell of jet fumes gets people motivated to vote for legislation and get it done.
God knows. I'll tell you what, I talked to a lot of Republican members just yesterday off the record about this, Lisa. None of them knew what the plan was going to be. And if you heard what Tim Burchett just told us at the top of the hour, he's going to have to hold his nose to vote for another CR. So you wonder how much space they find here. Do they get the NDAA done?
Yeah, I think they do. They're absolutely going to have to get that done. Both of those are must-pass legislation. They've got to get done before the end of the year. It's going to be a mess before it all gets decided. But yeah, I think more than anything, they are going to have to make a decision. Nobody likes the fact that we have to get to a position where we have to have a continuing resolution into the next year. But the truth of it is that they have a job they were elected to do, and that job is to get that business done. And so I think more than anything, they'll be motivated to finish it and get it right, because otherwise it's just another big battle to have to get through over the course of the holidays and into the new year.
I mentioned Tim Burchett. You see, he had his 15-minute Christmas party yesterday. This is like you have to attend this if you're in the house now, I guess. That they didn't have this when you were there, Lisa. 15 minutes. No. He gives you a little cheese whiz on a cracker. You take a picture with Santa, and you go on your way. But the question is, who is Santa? Do we have this picture here? Did you see Santos Claus? We spent enough time talking about George Santos in his illustrious political career, Lisa, that you should have a piece of this. There he is with Congresswoman Debbie Dingell wearing the beard and the full outfit. We have clearly come to a new level here in Washington. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that it's just silly, and it's what people are really tired of from Washington, D.C. We probably need to clean up our act, I think.
Did Debbie Dingell take that picture on purpose? Merry Christmas, Santos Claus. We are clearly through the looking glass. We'll assemble our panel next. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
is 12:41 on Wall Street. I'm Denise Pellegrini. We do check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are mixed right now. The possible ban on ByteDance, parent of TikTok, adding an element of uncertainty to things, but also helping shares of some competitors like Alphabet, Meta, and Snap. They are all higher right now. Jobs also in focus. The November jobs report out today showing hiring rebounded while unemployment rose. Claudia Sahm, chief economist at New Century Advisors, says she doesn't expect any big surprises between now and when the Fed wraps up its FOMC meeting December 18.
I think they've been doing this kind of look ahead, and this is very, I'm sure, consistent with where they thought the data were going to end up today, largely. And so they're on a path to have a cut in December to keep this pulling some restrictiveness out of the economy, doing it gradually. This ought to support that. Now, the last roadblock to the December cut, which I think the Fed is very much on track to do, the last roadblock is next week's CPI. But even that, they've had a plan, they've articulated it.
And some there on the Bloomberg Surveillance podcast. Right now, as I mentioned, stocks are mixed. The Dow down 136 points. S&P 500 up 7. NASDAQ up 117. The yield on the 10-year right now, 4.15%. Spot gold up just about 0.1%, $26.35 a barrel. NYMEX crude, it is down 1.4%, $67.37 a barrel. And Bitcoin, 99,000, it has just hit, I was going to say 99,999. It has just now re-hit that 100,000 mark that so many Bitcoin fans love. Shares of DocuSign surging 28%. The maker of electronic software boosting its revenue forecast for the full year. And here in New York, we're watching this case very closely. The judge in Daniel Penny's subway chokehold manslaughter trial, urging jurors to continue their deliberations after they told him they couldn't reach a unanimous vote on top charge. Penny, a Marine veteran facing charges of manslaughter and criminally negligent homicide in the death of Jordan Neely, who Penny held in a chokehold for about 6 minutes back in May of 2023. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Joe.
All right, Denise, thank you. Great to have you with us today on the fastest show in politics. Denise keeping eyes on the markets for us as we cover politics. Been a pretty busy day, even for a Friday in Washington. We've got the transition to follow. We've got a new roadmap for next 2 weeks in the House when it comes to the NDAA, the to-do list for the end of the year that incidentally includes funding the government starting 2 weeks from now. We'll get into all of that as we have breaking news on the TikTok law here. Remember Block the Talk? The number of conversations we had with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano about this, it became law. Divest or ban. And a federal appeals court just upheld that law. It's now going to be appealed to the Supreme Court, and we're going to do this dance for a minute. But there are big questions about whether any of this can change or will change based on the evolving view of Donald Trump, who says that he now wants to work to preserve TikTok. Remember, he tried to ban it through executive action when he was in the White House. He has also said that getting rid of TikTok would only help Mark Zuckerberg. And that, by the way, is partly why Facebook stock is rallying today, Meta stock. But then didn't they just sit down at the patio and they just had dinner at Mar-a-Lago? So I don't know, maybe they talked about all this. Let's get the panel back together. It's Friday and we've got both of our signature panelists with us. The aforementioned Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributor and Democratic analyst, political science professor at Iona University. And there's Rick Davis, Republican strategist, partner at Stone Court Capital, Bloomberg Politics contributors both. Hey, Rick, Block the Talk. Is it going to happen?
Yeah, look, it's already happened. The question is, who's going to make it unhappen? I don't think there's any chance that it's going to sell between now and the end of the year. And the Supreme Court, I can't imagine them overturning this federal appeals court decision. So government has expended its will. And I think all of this could be sort of settled caseload by the time Donald Trump takes his oath of office on January 20th. So we'll see. But it seems like the blockers are getting the way they want with talk.
Wow. Amazing. Jeannie, what do you think about this? And does Donald Trump really know what he wants? We've heard every version of this. But most recently from the president-elect, he said at least before the election that he is now against a TikTok ban and will work to save, the word he used, the social media platform. Do you think he talked about this with Zuckerberg over dinner?
Oh, I bet they did. And by the way, the best part of this and why we must keep the Block the Talk is to hear Rick Davis say that repeatedly while we move forward, because it's so fun to listen to. The big question here is going to be, does the Supreme Court grant cert? Do they get 4 justices to agree to hear this case? I am not quite sure they're going to get there. And if that's the case, then this decision by this court will stand. And of course, going forward, it's going to be a question of, does TikTok sell? And what could Donald Trump do at that point to stop that? I mean, they are Republicans taking over the Congress. I suppose that if he exerts pressure, if he's really so intended, he could try to do something, but that is really going to be an uphill battle. So I think unless the Supreme Court takes this case, and that would just extend this out for a while longer, because if they took it now and heard it, that would be pretty fast to hear it and decide by early next spring for the court.
It's kind of funny, Rick, to be having this conversation after both campaigns used TikTok on the daily, right, to be posting information. You can't get away from this thing. It's the very same people who are debating whether we should ban it that are using it.
Oh, absolutely. But like when you're running a campaign, you use whatever resources are available. Look, there are hundreds of millions of eyeballs on TikTok. So it's not that they haven't been successful. It's that, their links to the Communist Party of China and their pernicious effect on, our young people is enough cause to warrant Congress and this current administration to want to kick them out. And I think that right now, unless Steve Mnuchin or Kevin O'Leary or one of these guys comes out of the woodwork with, tens of billions of dollars of money to buy it from the Chinese, this thing is done.
Wow, remembering China's got to approve this too, which is something that we don't always talk about. I want to get to the to-do list here, because I'm guessing this is not keeping Mike Johnson up at night. They've already dealt with the legislation. Now we need to deal with closing out this Congress. And Rick and Jeannie, we do have a bit of a roadmap. As of yesterday, House GOP leadership telling us they put the NDAA on the floor next week. The week after, week of December 16, we get a vote on a CR. Everyone leaves town. And then the Senate would take up government funding, I guess, that week of the 20th, which means we're going to walk right up to the line. Jeannie, does that sound like a plan?
It sounds like the 118th Congress, Joe. I was just thinking back, the three of us sat here and talked about what a bizarre Congress this has been from start to finish 2 years ago when they came in, and now where are we? They are limping their way out. I think it's probably the best case scenario we can think of at this point. But the reality is that this is a Congress that has been really the definition of a do-nothing Congress. They have been really unable to do even the most basic aspects of governing, hence so many people's frustration. The idea that we are going to keep this government funded, or hopefully keep it funded again on a CR, is just depressing. And I think that is what will likely happen. Best case scenario, neither side sees that it's in their political interest to let the government shut down, and I can't imagine anybody sees that as in their interest right now.
Give us your take on this, Rick. We talked to Tim Burchett a little while ago. He's going to hold his nose, I guess, and vote for what the Republican leadership decides. But are we going to have a situation where we just kick things into early next year and then have to decide whether it's March or September or, God forbid, regular order?
Yeah, look, I think that they'll wind up getting a package put together. I mean, the number one priority, obviously, is the National Defense Authorization Act, and that's scheduled to go, and very little mystery around that getting done. It's just a procedural matter. But look, this has been a do-nothing Congress, and look how well our country's doing. I mean, maybe this should be the pattern in the future, is do nothing, don't screw up our country anymore, and then maybe we in the private sector can actually continue to motivate investment and job creation and prosperity. Those are three things that the United States government has never been good at. So, I don't think it's going to be so much about what are we going to get past this year. That's set in stone now. They'll be working Christmas week, but that won't be the first time that's ever happened. And I think it's a clear slate for the next administration and the Republican Congress to put its stamp on not just this budget that'll, basically run out in March if they stay to the plan, or and the next year's budget, which will give them plenty of time to work their will on that.
Are we going to light up this Christmas tree with anything else here, Rick? I talked to Congressman Burchett, for instance, about emergency funding. There's going to be a supplemental, whether it's attached to this one or the next. But are lawmakers going to be able to attach amendments, get any last-minute prizes under the tree before they go home?
Yeah, they'll try to decorate the tree. And I have no doubt that right now the discussions between the House and Senate are going on to create that supplemental that'll add money to our emergency spending, FEMA, disaster assistance, that kind of thing. Look, we need to help the people who have been affected by these horrible storms, including those in Burkett's district. And I think those are just the most responsible measures. I don't get the sense that they are going to have any trouble getting time limits, for instance, in the Senate to limit the number of amendments. So it won't be like shoot out at OK Corral. You know, it only ends when the bullets are done, you know, and you run out of ammo. I think everyone really wants to get out of here, wants to celebrate the victories on the Republican side and explore their losses on the Democratic side. And I don't see the real burning interest in fighting in Congress right now.
Yeah. One thing that we do know is that there's no agreement on any of this, Jeannie. You talk about the NDAA, the Senate is $25 billion apart from the House, and there's no agreement on top-line numbers for funding the government for the CR. Is there a chance, I'm going to get people upset by asking, is there a chance that we sleepwalk into a shutdown?
Gosh, I hope not. There's always a chance. But again, I don't see it in anybody's interest. But what you just mentioned, Joe, is so important. The timing of this thing. If they only get a short-term extension and that goes until March, think about the impact of that on the president and the new Republican House and Senate's ability to move forward with their really, really ambitious policy agenda. We're already seeing the GOP sort of starting to battle it out between the House and the Senate as to whether, in fact, they should try to do 2 reconciliation bills or 1. Donald Trump has an ambitious agenda. That's why he's been moving forward so quickly, trying to get these appointments done. But imagine if the short-term extension goes until March and their 100 days is disrupted by that. And add on to that the fact that Donald Trump is entering with the thinnest of thinnest majorities in the House, if you can even call it a majority. And that is going to just make this so much more difficult. A razor-thin majority of just 1 vote and a far more conservative number of members in that MAGA group. And so all of that is going to make it difficult to move forward. So what happens in these next 2 weeks matters so much for the GOP as to what they do going forward, not to mention that Mike Johnson has to have a vote to be speaker again in January. So he's got to try to keep everybody moving forward, knowing that just 1 or 2 of them can disrupt his plans to become speaker again.
All I know is Rick Davis's preferred political poll came out this morning on this Jobs Day. That, of course, would not be a poll. It's the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index. We're going to be talking about the jobs report and a lot about the economy at the top of our next hour, Rick. What we have here is the highest level since April, hit 74. But at the same time, inflation expectations rose to a 5-month high because people see a greater risk with Donald Trump's proposed tariffs coming into the picture. Which number is more important?
Look, I think they're both important. You know, the good news is consumers are starting to feel the impact of what has been a robust economy for the last 6 months. Came a little bit too late for the Harris campaign, but they are and should be cautious about the future because they have seen good times past and have been disappointed with the economic stewardship of the government that brought us the inflation to begin with. So yeah, I think that both these numbers are not actually in contrast to one another, but predictive of the future. And I think this is one of the big burning questions after the meetings with the Doge group on Capitol Hill is, are we cutting the budget to reduce the deficit, or are we spending more money to, you know, promote our goals and objectives, you know, in, you know, with these policy positions? And both of those don't work together.
Yeah. Rick Davis, Jeannie Shanzana will be back with us in our second hour, which is about to begin our signature panel on a Friday. What else do you want? That's called driveway listening.
All right.
We'll welcome our global TV audience. Do you have a TV in the driveway? This conversation continues coming up, and we'll spend time with Molly Smith on the jobs report. Congressman Jim Hines coming in next, too, only on Bloomberg.
Stefana. I'm the owner of the family office and the company called Company I Limited. I also have a live streaming channel for startups. It's SG Trader. So anybody, we let startups to pitch investment community on our channel. I give them 3-minute pitch. We publish their video on our channel, and everybody who is interested, please welcome to send me your video, and I will publish. I will roll for almost a month your video for all financial community. The channel is live, it's streaming live 5 days a week, from morning to night.
Another thing that startups need to look for is a market that is either started to undergo or is soon going to undergo exponential growth. I think this is actually related to one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating startups. Investors always say, well, what's your growth rate? We care about the growth rate. Investors will forgive smallish revenue today if it's growing quickly. For some reason, people don't think about markets this way. But if you think about the most important startups, they are the ones that I start in small markets that are growing very, very quickly. 11 years ago, the market for iPhone apps was $0. It's now huge. And I think if you only think about the TAM today, you'll make a big mistake. What you really want to do is identify a market that's going to grow every year and be able to ride that up elevator.
The GBP USD exchange rate. Now, I know that might sound a bit dry at first, but trust me, this stuff actually impacts all of us in some pretty surprising ways. We've got a fascinating article here from Pound Sterling Live that caught our eye. Apparently, the mighty US dollar, the one we all thought was unstoppable, well, it took a bit of a tumble recently. And that got us thinking, what's going on here? What's causing these shifts?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, isn't it? It seems like the trigger was a bit of an unexpected slowdown in the U.S. services sector.
Oh, really? So what happened? Fill me in.
Well, the Institute for Supply Management, the ISM, they released their services PMI for November. And, well, it came in lower than everyone was expecting.
Uh-oh, that doesn't sound good.
It dropped to 52.1%. Now, that's still technically indicating growth, but it's a noticeable dip from October's 56%. And even more telling, I think, is that it missed the forecast of 55.5%. So, yeah, economists were definitely caught off guard.
Wow, so this slowdown, it really spooked the markets. Is that what sent the dollar tumbling?
Exactly. The dollar's value is super sensitive to economic data, any sign of weakness, and investors start getting jittery. So this unexpected slowdown, well, it sent ripples through the currency markets.
And as the dollar fell, the pound rose. Is that how it works?
Yeah, pretty much. It's like a seesaw, As one goes down, the other goes up.
So in this case, the GBP USD exchange rate, it went up. By how much?
It climbed by 0.32%.
Interesting. This whole situation just goes to show how much power the Fed really has. They haven't even done anything yet, just hinted at a possible rate cut, and look at the impact.
You're absolutely right. The market hangs on their every word, trying to predict their next move.
So this slowdown in the services sector, it's got everyone buzzing about a rate cut in December.
It definitely has. I mean, several Fed officials have even hinted that a rate cut might be necessary if if the economic data weakens further.
A rate cut. For those of us who aren't, financial wizards, can you break down what a rate cut actually means and why is the market so fixated on it?
Sure. So the Fed, right, they're the central bank of the U.S., and they're the ones who set interest rates.
Right.
When they cut rates, it basically makes it cheaper for businesses and individuals to borrow money. It can stimulate economic activity, which is usually a good thing, but it can also sometimes lead to a weaker currency.
Gotcha. So weaker economic data, it makes a rate cut seem more likely, at least in the eyes of the market.
Precisely. They're connecting the dots, looking for any clues about what the Fed might do next.
So do you think the market might be overreacting to just one report? Or could this be a sign of a bigger trend, something more concerning?
That's a great question. This report is significant, there's no doubt about that. But we also have to remember that the Fed considers a whole range of factors when making decisions.
Like what? What else are they looking at?
Well, keep in mind, the jobs report is coming out on Friday, and that's always a big one.
Oh, right. The jobs report. What are we expecting to see there? And how could that influence the Fed's decision? Whether they actually go ahead with this rate cut or not?
Well, the article we're looking at, it mentions some predictions from James Knightley. He's the chief international economist at ING Bank.
Okay.
And they've run the numbers. They think if the jobs report shows around 100,000 net job creation and the unemployment rate goes up to 4.2%, well, then a 25 basis point rate cut on December 18th becomes very likely.
Wow, that's a pretty bold prediction. What makes ING so confident, do you think?
They're basing it on this combination of the weak ISM report and the potential for a soft jobs number. Basically, they see these two data points, if they both come in weak, well, that could be enough to really solidify the case for a rate cut.
So ING is saying if the jobs report is weak, a rate cut is almost guaranteed.
It's definitely a possibility, but we also have to remember that the Fed doesn't operate in a vacuum. They're looking at things like inflation, global economic conditions, even political developments, all sorts of things.
Right. The whole picture.
Yeah, exactly.
So even though this one report has caused some jitters, it's not necessarily a done deal.
Not at all. The Fed is playing a long game, and we'll have to wait and see how all the pieces fall into place.
Okay, so global events, they can really throw a wrench in things, huh?
Absolutely.
Speaking of which, let's zoom out a bit and look at the bigger picture, the dollar's performance over time.
Yeah, good idea.
The article mentioned it was actually doing quite well in October and November. It seemed like nothing could stop its rise. What was driving that strength? Why was the dollar so strong for so long?
Well, from what I gather, it was a string of positive economic data releases. Those reports that come out about jobs, manufacturing, consumer spending, all that.
Right.
And those reports, they're all looking really good. That really boosted investor confidence in the U.S. economy. People started thinking, hey, maybe the U.S. is actually doing all right. And that led to this belief that the Fed might not need to be as aggressive with rate cuts as some had feared. And that in turn, well, it pushed up U.S. bond yields.
Hold on. Bond yields. Can you back up a second and explain that for us?
Sure, sorry. So when you buy a bond, right, you're essentially lending money to the issuer. It could be the government, a corporation, whoever. And in return, they promise to pay you back the principal, the original amount you lent, plus interest. That interest rate, that's what we call the yield.
Okay, I'm with you so far.
So when investors believe the U.S. economy is strong and the Fed isn't going to cut rates anytime soon, well, they're more willing to buy U.S. bonds.
Because they'll get a better return.
Exactly. That increased demand for U.S. bonds, it drives up the prices, which pushes those yields higher.
Gotcha. Higher yields attract more investors, which makes the dollar stronger.
Exactly.
Okay, so that explains why the dollar was so strong for a while. But then this recent PMI report came out, and now the narrative is shifting, right?
Absolutely. This unexpected slowdown, it's injected some uncertainty into the market.
Makes sense. So it sounds like it all boils down to confidence.
Yeah, I'd say so.
When investors are confident in the U.S. economy, the dollar thrives. But any signs of weakness, any hint of trouble on the horizon, and that confidence can evaporate pretty quickly.
That's exactly what we're seeing here. It's a constant interplay of economic data, market psychology, global events, all feeding into each other.
It's like everyone's glued to the news, waiting for the next economic indicator or Fed announcement that could, shake things up again.
Yeah, it can be a wild ride.
But speaking of shakeups, let's bring this back down to earth for a minute. Our listeners are probably wondering, okay, this is all very interesting, but why should I care?
Right.
How does a fluctuating dollar actually impact their everyday lives? their wallets?
That's the crucial question, isn't it? Changes in exchange rates, like this rise in the GBP USD we've been talking about, well, they have a ripple effect across the economy. They impact things like travel costs, international trade, even your investment portfolio.
Okay, now you're speaking my language. So let's say I'm planning a trip to London next month. A weaker dollar means my US dollars won't go as far, right? My vacation just got a bit more expensive.
Yeah, unfortunately. You need to exchange more US dollars to get the same amount of British pounds.
Makes sense.
It can definitely make your trip pricier.
And what about businesses? How does this affect them?
Well, think about a business owner who imports goods from the UK.
Okay.
Those imports become more expensive as the dollar weakens, which can impact their profit margins and potentially lead to higher prices for consumers.
Wow, so it's a double-edged sword.
It is.
Good for some, not so good for others.
Yeah.
And what about investments? How does this all play out in the stock market?
Okay, so imagine you have investments in a UK-based company.
Okay.
If the pound strengthens against the dollar, your investment, when converted back to US dollars, could actually see a boost in value.
Interesting. So a rising GBP USD, it could actually be good news for some investors.
Potentially, yes. But it's important to remember that currency movements are just one piece of the puzzle when it comes to investment performance. There are a lot of other factors at play.
Right. It's never that simple.
And diversification is always key.
Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Exactly.
This is all starting to make sense now. But I have to admit, it can feel a bit overwhelming trying to keep up with all these moving parts.
I know what you mean. It's a lot to take in.
So what's the main takeaway here?
I think the main takeaway is that these seemingly complex market movements, like a dip in the dollar or a rise in the GBP USD exchange rate, they can have real consequences in our interconnected world.
It's a chain reaction.
Yeah, one event triggers another, and the effects ripple outward, impacting businesses, consumers, investors, everyone.
Exactly.
That's why staying informed about these dynamics is so important. It can help you make more informed decisions, whether you're planning a trip, running a business, or managing your investments.
Right. It's not just about the numbers. It's about understanding the story behind those numbers.
Exactly.
Well, this has been incredibly insightful. Any final thoughts for our listeners before we wrap things up?
Yeah, I just encourage everyone to think about how these global economic trends might impact their own lives. You know, consider the potential implications for your travel plans, your investments, even your career choices.
Mm-hmm.
The world is more interconnected than ever, and understanding these dynamics can give you a real advantage.
That's fantastic advice. It's a reminder that even though these topics might seem complex at first, they really do have real-world implications for all of us. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive, and keep us brains curious, everyone.
Yeah, global events, they can definitely impact things. Speaking of global events, maybe we should zoom out a bit. Look at the dollar's performance, in the bigger picture.
Yeah, good idea. The article mentioned it was doing pretty well in October and November. It seemed unstoppable. What was driving that strength?
Well, the article points to a bunch of positive economic data releases, reports about jobs, manufacturing, things like that. They were all looking really good. And that boosted investor confidence in the U.S. economy. People started thinking, hey, maybe the U.S. is actually doing all right, which led to this belief that the Fed might not need to cut rates so aggressively, which in turn pushed up U.S. bond yields.
Hold on, bond yields. Could you back up for a second and explain what bond yields are?
Yeah.
And how they connect to the dollar's strength?
Sure. So basically, when you buy a bond, you're lending money to the issuer. It could be the government or a corporation. And they promise to pay you back the principal plus interest. That interest rate is what we call the yield.
Okay.
So when investors think the U.S. economy is strong and the Fed is less likely to cut rates, they're more willing to buy U.S. bonds.
Which drives up demand and pushes yields higher.
Exactly.
So higher yields attract more investors.
Right.
And that increased demand for U.S. assets, that's what strengthens the dollar.
It's all connected.
But now with this PMI report, the narrative seems to be shifting, right?
Definitely. This slowdown has added some uncertainty to the market.
Making investors a bit hesitant about the dollar.
Exactly.
So it really is all about confidence, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
When investors are confident in the U.S. economy, the dollar thrives.
It does.
But any signs of weakness, any hint of trouble,
it can trigger a shift in sentiment.
Wow, so much can change based on, just one report.
Sometimes, yeah.
It's incredible.
This whole situation is a great example of how economic data, market psychology, and global events all interact.
It's fascinating, but I have to admit, a little daunting too.
I know what you mean.
But let's bring this back down to earth for our listeners. How does a fluctuating dollar impact their everyday lives?
That's the most important question, right?
It is.
So changes in exchange rates, like this rise in the GBP USD we've been talking about, well, they can impact a lot of things. Travel costs, international trade, even your investments.
Okay, now you're talking my language.
Well-
So let's say I'm planning a trip to London next month. A weaker dollar means my US dollars won't go as far, right?
Unfortunately, yeah, you'd need to exchange more US dollars to get the same amount of British pounds.
So my vacation just got more expensive.
Basically, yeah. But on the flip side, if you were planning a trip to the US, it would be cheaper.
Ah, true, true. And what about businesses?
Let's say you're a business owner who imports goods from the UK.
Okay.
Those imports become more expensive as the dollar weakens,
Oh, right.
which can impact their profit margins and potentially lead to higher prices for consumers.
So it's good for some and bad for others.
It is.
What about investments? How does a fluctuating dollar impact investments?
Imagine you have investments in a UK-based company.
Okay.
If the pound strengthens against the dollar, your investment, when converted back to US dollars, could actually see a boost in value.
So a rising GBP USD could actually be good for some investors.
It could, but it's important to remember that currency movements are just one piece of the puzzle when it comes to investments.
Right, right.
There are many other factors at play.
Don't put all your eggs in one basket.
Exactly.
Diversification is key.
Absolutely.
So the main takeaway here is that seemingly complex market movements, like a dip in the dollar,
Can have real world consequences.
for everyone.
It's all connected.
It's a lot to think about,
It is.
but it's fascinating, isn't it?
It is.
The world of finance, I mean. It's always changing, always something new to learn.
That's for sure.
Yeah, it really is fascinating. Just shows how interconnected the global economy is, you know? What happens on one side of the world can have ripple effects everywhere else.
Absolutely. And this whole situation with the dollar and this potential Fed rate cut, it really shows how quickly things can change.
Yeah, it does. It seems like navigating these financial waters, it requires constant awareness, you know? Like you got to be checking the tides and currents all the time. What advice would you give to our listeners who want to, you know, stay ahead of the curve, make sense of all these market movements?
Well, I think the key is to focus on understanding the underlying forces driving these changes, whether it's the ISM report or the Fed's interest rate decisions or investor sentiment. These factors all interact to create this, you know, this dynamic landscape we see in the market.
So it's not just about memorizing numbers, it's about understanding the story behind those numbers.
Exactly. And by staying informed, paying attention to these trends, well, listeners can make more informed decisions, you know, whether they're planning a trip abroad, considering an investment, or even just trying to understand the economic forces shaping the world around them.
That's such an important point, even if you're not a financial expert. Just having a basic understanding of these concepts, it can really empower you to make smarter choices.
Absolutely.
Well said. This deep dive into currency markets has been so insightful. Thank you. Any final thoughts for our listeners before we wrap up?
I just encourage everyone to think about how these global economic trends might impact their own lives. Consider the potential implications for, you know, your travel plans, your investments, even your career choices. The world is more interconnected than ever, and understanding these dynamics can give you a real advantage.
That's fantastic advice. Thank you. It's a great reminder that even though these topics might seem complex, they really do affect all of us. Thanks for joining us on this deep dive, and keep those brains curious, everyone.
Actually on the to-do list in the lame duck session to get a farm bill passed. And inside the farm bill is more than money for farmers. It's SNAP benefits, it's food stamps. And you're right, Republicans have a math problem. Their top priority upon assuming control of the House, Senate, White House in January will be to extend the tax cuts. We were just talking about that. But what about this idea of adding work requirements to food stamps? It could slow passage of this bill, Catherine. It already has. How does it end in this next Congress?
It doesn't end with $4 to $5 trillion to pay for a tax cut. The entire food stamp program is $100 billion a year. It's a quarter of the size of the tax cut itself. So adding very punishing work requirements to the 5% of SNAP beneficiaries that it could be affected by is not a pay for. And I don't think we should say them in the same sentence as if they would come close to balancing each other out. I admire the need for program integrity. I think it's vastly important for our public programs that people feel that there is integrity in benefit receipts. But that's just not what's going on here. No, to be clear, I don't write my headlines. So even I did a little bit of a spit take when I read this one. I opened it up this morning like, oh my God, I don't get to write them. That's, someone else does that and they look for clicks. But the point that I wanted to make is that there is a really tidy logic to work requirements, right? People have a benefit and they have a paycheck, and all that's standing between the two is just a little bit of motivation. So put some sanctions on the benefits and get these people to have the work ethic and the motivation they need to go out and get a job. The reality of the situation is that the United States has the largest low-wage labor market of any of its peer countries, and it is a little bit of a wild west when it comes to scheduling, hours, wage theft, the minimum wage, not having sick days, not having holidays, and all of that contributes to incredibly high turnover. It's an unfortunate truth that our labor market produces workers who earn little enough and less stable enough that they qualify for food stamps even if they're working. I admire wanting to add integrity to the program, but you can't change the reality of our labor market. We just produce a lot of low-wage workers in need of help.
All right, we need to get the headline writer in here. Somebody page Tim O'Brien. There's more to this story. Catherine, great to have you. Thank you for the insights. I love the backdrop, and have a great weekend. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. The fastest show in politics continues as we turn next to Block the Talk. Mike Shepard and our panel up next right here on Bloomberg.
listening to Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
Thanks for being with us on the Friday edition. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington with a live view of the White House on a frigid but beautiful Friday here in the nation's capital as we work our way closer to the holidays. President Biden last evening holding forth in what will be his final national Christmas tree lighting as President of the United States. Big story today as we follow the transition and the bouncing ball in Congress. We're now 2 weeks out from a funding deadline, which is something that we're paying a lot of attention to here. News on TikTok as a court of appeals here for the District of Columbia Circuit denied the company's petition to overturn the law that we've talked so much about, divest or ban. Now, we do have an update from TikTok here, and we turn to Mike Shepard for help on this. He's Bloomberg News Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries. It is literally why we have Mike Shepard. Great to see you, sir. What's TikTok say? We're going to appeal this and bring it to the highest court?
They indicated strongly, as they have really from the start, that they see this going all the way to the Supreme Court. They are not in any position, they say, to yield. You know, this is an existential question for them. As far as the app, from the start, even as the legislation was coming together, they said it was unworkable. We can't sell the app. It's too intertwined with the parent company, ByteDance Limited, which is based in Beijing, China. And that is really the focus of lawmakers and policymakers' concern in Washington, that China connection. TikTok today is saying, you may be concerned about that, but we see this as a violation of our users' First Amendment rights, their right to free expression, and they expect, and they say so in their statement, that the Supreme Court will go along with that argument and void the law.
Yeah, well, the First Amendment component of this story is interesting. Would the company have a sympathetic ear in the Supreme Court?
Well, it's a good question. They did not get very much of a sympathetic ear at all from the Court of Appeals, which handed down its ruling today. The judges, in their opinion, the three-judge panel, indicated in a way a turning of the TikTok argument on its head. They acknowledge, yes, the First Amendment exists in this country to protect people's freedom of expression. But guess what? And almost quoting from this ruling verbatim, the government's action with this legislation is aimed at protecting that very right of free speech from interference by a foreign adversary. In other words, echoing the government and Congress's argument and enacting the law.
Even if Steve Mnuchin, who took a swing at this, or another investment group came up with all the money today, this would still require approval from Beijing, correct? The actual spinning off of the divesting of the company, and no one expects that to happen, right?
Well, you're right, Joe, and that is an important detail to note here. It's not simply that ByteDance says it's unfeasible. Yeah. They don't want to let go of this consumer market here in the U.S. 170 million users within the U.S. this year, according to the company. That's lucrative. A lot of potential advertising dollars and a vehicle for turning it into something of a retail platform as well. They don't want to let go of that.
Absolutely.
And ByteDance Limited, the parent company, is a bit of a crown jewel when China looks at its startup economy, and they don't want to see that held back at all. They would like to be able to keep ByteDance whole, and certainly Beijing, and they've indicated that they see this as an overreach already.
Well, we should remind ourselves that Joe Biden was on it. His campaign, Kamala Harris was on it. Donald Trump was on it. I think he still is. Do we know what Donald Trump thinks about this? Because that's how everyone's answering questions. Well, it's up to the president. His president-elect has evolved a lot on this. He tried to ban TikTok. Now he says he wants to save it.
Yeah, that's right. I'm glad you brought that up, Joe, because back in 2020, we went through the exercise of an executive order signed by then President Donald Trump that would ban TikTok and another Chinese app known as WeChat unless, and that failed in court because it wasn't well written enough and ironclad enough. The legislation was designed to avoid any sort of a court overturning it. In this case, though, it's interesting to see Trump's evolution. During the campaign, he embraced it as a platform to reach younger voters. And he also sees TikTok as a competitor to Meta platforms.
That's the point, right?
Platforms, in part. He is still sore about being kicked off Facebook after the January 6th.
But Zuckerberg went to Mar-a-Lago. They didn't work it out?
Mark Zuckerberg has gone to Mar-a-Lago to engage with the president-elect. So it's unclear whether that might be part of an evolution eventually in Trump's thinking again on TikTok. Likewise, remember, he has a very hawkish cabinet coming together on China.
Right.
His U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer is favored a strategic decoupling from the world's second largest economy. And Marco Rubio, the incoming Secretary of State, and Mike Waltz, the incoming National Security Advisor, voted in favor of and advocated strongly for a TikTok ban.
We've got some things to figure out still, I think. Mike Shepard, great to see you, sir. Thank you for the great reporting today. He was made for this one. Shep with us live on Balance of Power as we assemble our political panel. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis are with us, both Bloomberg Politics contributors. She, of course, Democratic strategist and political science professor at Iona University. Rick, partner at Stone Court Capital, Republican strategist. Rick, you and I have been talking about this for some time, along with Jeannie as well. And I want to get to this from a slightly different angle here because the Trump factor is everything, right? If Donald Trump says he wants to save TikTok, is that then up to Mike Johnson to provide legislation that would overturn the law?
Yeah, I think he'd have to go back for some legislative action because right now there's a statute on the books that says, that either someone's got to acquire it or it's going to get banned. So it's not as easy as just deciding, hey, I want to do something different. Maybe he would go in and get an extension to it. It'd probably be easy to attach a year to that statute rather than getting rid of it. And spending that year mixing it up with the people who have a vested interest and using it, frankly, as one of his tools in the toolkit of managing the relationship with China. Because I think Mike was right. I mean, this China sees ByteDance as one of his jewels in his crown of private sector accomplishments. And if Donald Trump can use it as a weapon in his foreign policy negotiations with China, I think it's not a bad hook.
Jeannie, give us a reality check. You work with young people every day as an educator, and you know that the people you're looking at Iona University and on similar campuses around the country are going to dial up a VPN and have the last laugh when they work around the server and go on TikTok anyway, even if it's banned, right?
That's absolutely right, Joe. Not that I know how to do it, but they all don't even concern themselves with these kinds of things because they don't think it will impact them because they know how to work around it. But I think it is a fascinating case. And if the Supreme Court agrees to hear it, there are so many questions here that impact not just TikTok, but all kinds of foreign-owned companies and how far the U.S. government can go to deny them their ability to reach the U.S. market. And so this has wide-ranging implications. And to look at this three-judge panel, which has 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat who unanimously agreed that the U.S. government was within their rights to curtail this foreign-owned company, I think is just fascinating. And if the Supreme Court takes it, which again I think is a big if, but I'm sort of hoping they do, it's going to be fascinating to see where they come out on this because TikTok has wanted to talk about this as either a Fifth Amendment or a First Amendment violation. And these judges, at least, were not moved by either one of those arguments.
I want to ask you both about the confirmation process, the transition that is still underway with still huge question marks hanging over Pete Hegseth. He's been on the Hill all week. He's met with half the Senate, it seems like, at this point, and there are still great questions about whether his nomination to be the next SecDef will survive the weekend, bringing us back to allegations of sexual assault and alcohol abuse. He has denied them when it comes to sexual assault. He has promised to stop drinking if he is, in fact, confirmed as Secretary of Defense. I had a chance to talk with someone who knows a little bit about this, former Defense Secretary and former CIA Director Leon Panetta. We talked to him about the requirements of this job on the late edition of Balance of Power yesterday. Here's what he said.
I think the real question that the Senate has to take a hard look at is the nature of his personal problems. He's obviously got problems with alcohol abuse. He's got problems with sexual abuse. Those have to be really looked at because there's no question that if you have a problem with alcohol, it makes it very difficult for that individual to be able to be a leader, particularly dealing with the strains of that position in a crisis moment.
You remember the old 3 o'clock in the morning ad during the Hillary Clinton campaign in 2008? It does make you wonder what the requirements really are for this job. This is not for just any old person, and someone who enjoys an adult beverage might have trouble navigating that lifestyle. Rick, you can weigh in on that to the extent that you want to, but we have a pretty interesting development here. We talked this week about Ron DeSantis waiting in the wings, having actually spoken with Donald Trump about it. News today, they're going to attend the Army-Navy game together. Is this already over?
Yeah, it certainly is a tell, isn't it, Joe, that he's not going with Hegseth. He's going with, Governor of Florida and someone who we know has had conversations with Donald Trump directly about potentially serving as Secretary of Defense. Look, this was Hegseth to make happen. He hasn't closed the deal with a week's worth of meetings in the United States Senate. And I think the key tumbler has always been and always will be Joni Ernst. And she's basically ending the week with, comments that would indicate that she's not going to get there. And so I think that this gives the Trump people the weekend to cogitate on it. And the fact that they are already taking Ron DeSantis to the Army-Navy game, I'm assuming they're going to sit on the Navy side, but that'll infuriate all the Army people if that happens. But the reality is, I think that's the big tell of the weekend. And by Sunday, maybe we're talking about a new appointee.
Unbelievable, yet entirely believable. We heard from Donald Trump earlier today on this, Jeannie. Full support behind Pete Hegseth. Does that tend to be what you hear right before the whole thing comes to an end?
Joe, it warms my heart to know that you two are tracking Truth Social this morning as Donald Trump posts, Hegseth is doing very well. Pete is a winner, he says in all caps. So, I don't think Pete Hegseth is going to be very happy to hear he was not invited to be Donald Trump's date at the game. I think all signs for a while now have been pointing to the fact that this was going to be an uphill battle for Pete Hegseth. Again, when you need your mom to go out to the media rounds and try to salvage your nomination, you are not in a good position. And Pete Hegseth knows that. So I suspect he is moving towards Ron DeSantis or Joni Ernst or somebody else at this point. But give Pete Hegseth credit. He has been up there 4th day in a row fighting hard to keep this thing alive.
No doubt.
But I think by the last, what is it, Joe, touchdown, this thing may be all over for Pete.
Well, gosh, I guess so. This is going to be a big topic of conversation on the Sunday morning shows, I think, as Rick is alluding to. Just 30 seconds left, Rick. Will Tulsi Gabbard be Democrats' next target?
I don't know if any of these people have actually been Democrats' next target. It's all been basically a conversation within the Republican caucus of the Senate. And the reality is she's certainly a good media target.
Well, she is, and boy, that hearing, if she gets to one, ought to be something. It looks like it may be a closed-door session with senators when it comes to the nominee for DNI. Great to have you both with us, as always. They're our signature panel, Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. See you on the late edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg.
Balance of Power with Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
The fastest show in politics continues on the Friday edition here on Bloomberg TV and Radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. It's great to see you. Thanks for being with us here. Also, our audience on YouTube, we welcome you. You can find us always by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. Our shows from Washington and New York in the live stream all day long. As we turn our attention back to the markets today on a jobs day and a reaction that's been somewhat muted here, but also modestly positive, I think we can say. The S&P 500 up about 13 points here in early afternoon trading. Abigail Doolittle is with us. She's got her eyes on stocks, bonds, Bitcoin, the Trump trade, and all the rest here. Abigail, how are we wrapping up the week?
There's certainly a lot going on. A little quiet, though, today, to your point, with that S&P 500 up just slightly. On the other hand, you have the Dow Jones Industrial Average, which we don't talk about as much on here on Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg Radio, but it is down about that same amount. The NASDAQ 100 up about 1%. The bigger point is the Trump trade you were talking about. The S&P 500 and the NASDAQ both up about 4 out of the last 5 weeks, gaining 6 to 7 to 8% since the election. So investors are very positive on the outlook for the financial markets as the new administration, comes into office next January. The pro-America, protectionist, lower tax, pro-growth, and more of it, the administration is coming into focus as well, including David Sachs, the crypto czar. Speaking of crypto, I'm not sure if that was the impetus for Bitcoin to shoot above 100K, but the big thing that stands out there, Joe, is that in 2 days, you have had Bitcoin trade in this wild greater than $10,000 range in just 2 days. When you have that kind of volatility, it does not speak to certainty. It also speaks to the idea that this parabolic move to the upside, well, it could be a little bit fragile.
Yeah, we're looking at a VIX south of 13 again, so you wonder. But I guess, what's the analyst community saying right now? What's the market saying about a melt-up for the rest of the year? Or has Santa Claus already come?
So interesting that you're asking that question, and also interesting that you're pointing out that VIX. There's another index, before I answer specifically the question that you just asked, that Steve Sosnick earlier today of Interactive Brokers was emailing me in on, the SKU index. So if the VIX index is uncertainty, the SKU index, one person, Kevin Kelly of Kelly ETFs, had told me is the panic index. It's far out of the money put options. It is at an all-time high. Now, it's been flirting with all-time highs over the last year, but it suggests that some of the very sophisticated investors out there, they're a little bit nervous with the S&P 500's 27% rally year to date, given the uncertainty perhaps around the consumer, although Fed Chair Jay Powell the other day did say that the Fed sees the consumer as strong. Michael Hartnett over of B of A, to go back to your actual question, well, he's saying that he thinks that the situation, stocks, this rally we're talking about for stocks and other risk assets such as Bitcoin, maybe it's a little bit overdone, that things are looking a little bit frothy. If you take a look at the S&P 500's price to book valuation metric, a metric that's not often used, healthy, where you would really want to buy a stock, understanding that this is an index, is below 1. Currently, it's above 5. And it's the highest level since the dot-com crash back, in 1999 into 2000. So things may be a little bit frothy, suggesting that 2025 could be a bumpy year.
Beginning of the year could be interesting. Just big picture, Abigail, what's driving the market right now? Is it really the aftermath of the election? Are we really still talking about Trump trade all day long? Or are investors actually paying attention to economic data, jobs today, CPI next week, and what the heck the Fed's going to do?
I think it's more the overall momentum of the market at this point. Yes, the economic data as it comes in, so long as it's not a shocker. And today, while it was better, when we consider it with the super low October number because of hurricanes, everything sort of smooths out to some degree. The Fed next week will certainly be an important factor. But, these adages on Wall Street, you take the stairs up, the escalator down. Well, this market certainly taking the stairs up all year. Typically, markets do rise in presidential years because investors are excited for the reset. And given the fact that the Trump administration, the incoming administration, is expected to be so friendly to markets and the economy, less regulation, lower taxes, as we were talking about, protectionism, that seems to be what markets at this point are gearing up for. It could just be interesting, though, to think about, are there surprises that could be ahead? I mean, when we think about the geopolitical situation or even just the political mayhem in France, South Korea, there's a lot going on that, to your point, that VIX, that uncertainty indicator at basically near historic lows, it suggests investors aren't uncertain at all. But given the backdrop, well, maybe that skew index is saying something, that those far out of the money puts, that some investors have those on for a reason.
I'm sure you've noticed Meta here. This thing is still up almost 3%. It was $16 following the TikTok ruling. I guess this plays in Mark Zuckerberg's favor, at least for now.
It does for now, but I think that this story, I don't even think I know. Well, actually, I'll walk that back. It seems that we all believe that this story is not over. President-elect Trump opposes the ban. So after TikTok lost their appeal for the ban here in the U.S., and of course they are in a position where they will either need to sell to a non-Chinese owner by January 19th or shut it down here in the U.S. after they lost their appeal, it seems as though there could be some mechanism to potentially have it brought before the Supreme Court, and then it brings in those First Amendment rights that you've been talking about the better part of this hour. And then again, if President-elect Trump is opposing it, what could he potentially influence, even just from a sentiment standpoint? This is probably not the last of this story, but today, while it seems as though TikTok has an uphill battle, we have Meta higher, we have Snap higher, Alphabet, so yeah, the other social media players, they're definitely in the green, grinning, if you will, if it's possible for a stock or a company to grin as TikTok lost that appeal.
Well, of course, this could develop a lot from here. Abigail, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for walking us through it. Abigail Doolittle on the markets from New York. Really glad to say that we can spend some time with Jim Himes today. The gentleman from Connecticut is with us here. Democratic Congressman, ranking member, House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. He's also a member of the Financial Services Committee. Congressman, welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. We've been talking about TikTok all day long, and it wouldn't be the first time that you and I have spoken about this. I remember distinctly your voting against that bill, the divest or ban bill, when it was standalone, and voted for it when it was part of a larger package that included a bunch of things, including Ukraine funding. Where's your head on this today?
Yeah, so my head is where it always has been, which is, I remain deeply uncomfortable with the United States government telling the citizens of the United States that there are media outlets that they cannot have access to. Now, I'm the senior Democrat on the Intelligence Committee, so I have a pretty specific sense for what China is able to do. I also know that to date, they have not used TikTok as a way to either exfiltrate information on Americans or as a way to try to influence Americans. So, we're talking about a potential danger, no question about that. But, before the appellate ruling on, just today, I guess it was, I thought it would be pretty clearly unconstitutional for the government to take the position it had. Now I guess they'll either go to the full appellate court or the Supreme Court for a final decision on the constitutionality.
Yeah, ByteDance says it will appeal this to the Supreme Court, or I guess TikTok in this case. A lot of this seems to be resting on what Donald Trump wants to do. I don't know if you see it that way, Congressman, but he's had an evolution here, having tried to ban TikTok at one point. He now says he wants to save the platform. But I guess I'm not sure how that would work. Now that this is law, and based on the court ruling we saw today, that might not be changing unless, of course, Mike Johnson crafts a whole new bill to overturn what has been passed. Would you support that effort?
Well, you ask a really interesting question, right? I mean, Donald Trump is pretty attuned to those things that would reduce his popularity. And I'm told that almost half of Americans, whatever it is, 175 million or so, have accounts on TikTok, especially young people. You're, setting aside the constitutionality and all the other national security questions here, wow, talk about a major disruption. So my guess is that Donald Trump, attuned as he is to his own popularity, may come into this saying, can I find a way to postpone this or to, try to engineer an acquisition of the property away from ByteDance. But my guess is that he's going to kind of double down on his opposition to it, just because if it happens on his watch, look, he can try to blame Joe Biden, who signed the law, but it'll happen on his watch. And my guess is that that's not going to be a comfortable moment for him.
As we spend time with Congressman Jim Himes of Connecticut, a couple things I'd love to ask you about. Starting with the lame duck session, we've got a funding deadline in 2 weeks. Congressman, is there going to be a deal here in time to avoid a shutdown? And how much time will that provide? We're hearing stories about potentially kicking the can into early next year so you can revisit the budget issue in a new Congress. There's some Republicans, though, say kick it all the way to September so Donald Trump doesn't have to worry about it. Where are you?
Wouldn't it be nice if we lived in a country where the president's worries weren't what determined whether we have a budget for the United States of America or not? But anyway, I think the answer to your question is pretty clear. Yes, the budget expires on January 20th. No, there will not be, other than maybe a couple of fringy social media colleagues that I have, there will be zero appetite for a risk of a government shutdown, especially going into a period when we're going to have a Republican House, Senate, and presidency. There's going to be zero appetite for the kind of histrionics that led to shutdowns in the past. So my guess is that no, there won't be a shutdown. In fact, they may even try to get it done earlier than December 20th so that people can go home for the holidays. My best guess is that they kick it into, probably late winter, early spring. And if I were a Republican, I would say, why not? At that point, we've got the House and the Senate and the presidency, so we can work our will. But that's my best guess as to how this proceeds.
Congressman, you're the ranking member, as we have already determined here, on the Intelligence Committee, and there's a wild story unfolding in Syria right now that's difficult to tell where it is going, with government forces reinforcing some strongholds here, even as rebel fighters make their way closer to Damascus. I know that you can't predict the way this is going to end, but I wonder if this story is going to revisit Tulsi Gabbard's relationship with Bashar al-Assad. It's something that you know more about than most Americans, and how that might impact her confirmation process to be the next DNI.
Yeah, interesting. The Tulsi angle is an interesting one. One of the many causes of concern for Tulsi Gabbard, and I think the reason you asked the question is that after Bashar al-Assad, gassed his own people and just did, all that horrible stuff during the Obama administration. After all of that, Tulsi Gabbard went to Damascus to sit with him, and you sort of scratch your head and say, what the heck is happening there? I can't imagine it's a happy thing for Tulsi Gabbard's confirmation process in the Senate to have all of the senators and much of the world reminded of what an appalling character Assad is. So yeah, I'm sure. I don't think Tulsi's timing was, or at least the timing of this rebellion against Assad was particularly good for Tulsi Gabbard. But look, it's a remarkable event. It's pretty clear that the rebels saw that Assad's helpers, that is to say the Iranians and the Russians, are, shall we say, occupied elsewhere, and took advantage of that fact to really make remarkable gains. They've taken the city of Aleppo. I understand they may have taken some of the cities on the way to Damascus, Homs and Hama. And it looks like the Assad regime is collapsing. And now, by the way, when I say collapsing, that doesn't mean that he's on a plane out of there, but it sort of feels like the regime now is in control largely of Damascus and the surrounding areas.
When you hear members of Congress call Tulsi Gabbard a Russian asset, what do you say?
I am not a fan of hyperbole, and I think that people in positions of responsibility should be very careful about the language they use. There's no reason to believe that Tulsi Gabbard is a Russian asset. There is also no reason to believe that she has the experience or the temperament necessary to have the top position in our intelligence community. But look, when we start throwing around loose language like that, what we do is we degrade the quality of the really important conversations that we do need to have about our national security.
I appreciate that answer. I've only got about 2 minutes left, Congressman. I want to ask you about something important that is personal to you, and that is a series of bomb threats that were posed against yourself and other members of the Connecticut and New England House delegations. You issued a statement about this on the 28th of November. You were notified of a bomb threat targeting your home while you were celebrating Thanksgiving with your family. Based on the multiple assassination attempts that we saw against Donald Trump during the campaign, this, of course, now the killing of a prominent healthcare CEO in Midtown Manhattan, is it about time that members of Congress are provided security details?
Yeah, I've been doing this for a little while now, 16 years to be exact, and honestly, I have never felt, perhaps with the exception of January 6, 2021, when my workplace was attacked as we were trying to tally the electoral votes, I've really never felt insecure. A bomb threat on Thanksgiving is an awful thing, but it was also very clear right up front that this was not a serious thing. So before I went to providing a security detail for all 535 members of Congress, I would say it would really help if we as leaders, but as the American people, as citizens of a great democracy, would work really hard to take the tone of our conversations down. Is that going to solve the problem? No, it won't. But if we start using decent language and start treating each other as fellow Americans, a lot of this stuff will eventually begin to dissipate.
Congressman Jim Himes, Democrat from Connecticut. We thank you, sir, for the insights today. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
Let's talk about AI, because like you were on this tip 10 years ago when nobody else was. And I always thought he's right. Why? Because I've seen too many movies. Everything that happens in movies then happens in real life. And you know, if you make things that are way smarter than you, why wouldn't they become your overlords? So what did you say to Chuck Schumer, and what are we doing about this? I know you want to pause in AI because just in the last 6 months with ChatGPT, which came from a company you started.
Yes. Well, I mean, a friend of mine has a sort of modification of Occam's razor. So instead of the simplest thing being the most likely, the most ironic outcome is the most likely.
Right. Right. Yes.
So, with respect to AI, I just think we should have some sort of regulatory oversight. So, for anything that is a danger to the public, if it's sort of aircraft, cars, food and drug and whatnot, we've got some regulatory oversight, like a referee, essentially, and making sure that companies don't cut corners. So I think that if one agrees that AI is a potential risk to the public, then there should be some regulatory body that oversees what companies are doing so that they don't cut corners and potentially do something very dangerous.
Let's dive deep into this euro-dollar thing. Specifically, why the euro is acting.
This is Bloomberg Business Week.
Inside. Got this analysis from Pound Sterling Live called Euro-Dollar at Inflection Point.
Yeah.
Pretty fascinating. The main thing is the euro is holding strong, even with all this negative news coming out of France.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely interesting to see all this talk about the French government maybe collapsing, but the euro is still, like you said, trading above that November low of 1.03330.
Like you think with all that uncertainty, the euro would be like tanking.
Yeah.
Right? One of the experts they quote in the article, W. Brad Bechtel, he's the global head of FX at Jefferies LLC. He said the negativity priced into the euro right now is it's extreme.
Yeah, and he makes a really good point. Even with all that, like you said, the euro hasn't plummeted to 1.0000. So what's going on? Well, maybe the market is like overreacting to the negative news. Maybe they're underestimating how a caretaker government could keep things running smoothly.
That makes sense. So let's break this whole French political thing down. We've got this no confidence vote coming up. It could totally take down Prime Minister Barnier's government. And then we could be looking at a caretaker government until the elections in July 2025. So how does all that impact the euro?
Well, Tara Mar, an analyst from HSBC, he thinks the markets are staying pretty calm because, like we said, a caretaker government could keep things moving, just delay those really tough decisions for now.
So basically kicking the can down the road, but could that actually end up hurting the euro, in the long run? Like maybe they can't address any economic challenges.
For sure. That's definitely a possibility. And Mar actually points out that the EU Commission's reaction to this whole situation is really important. They could be worried about a caretaker government being able to handle France's money right, and how they react could really shake things up in the currency market.
Okay, so we've got this political drama, but the article also looks at some technical analysis.
Right. Tenmay Purohit. He's a technical analyst from Societe Generale. He thinks the euro might actually bounce back. He's looking at the mass ED indicator. The thing that uses moving averages to spot buy and sell signals. Well, right now it's saying the euro's downward trend might be shifting.
So not a clear buy signal, but maybe more like a flashing yellow light.
Exactly. Purohit says there are a few key levels to watch. First, 1.0610 to 1.0635. If the euro breaks above that, it could really bounce back. But if it drops below the recent low of 1.0330, that could mean further decline.
So it's kind of a make or break moment for the euro?
Yeah. It really is. Purohit even pointed out a couple potential support levels if things go south. 1.0000 and then a really important zone, around 1.00070 to 1.00000.
So we've talked about the French political scene and what the charts are saying. Are there any other things that could affect how the euro does?
Well, the article says if we see some bad economic data coming from the U.S., that could actually help the euro. Remember, currencies are all about relative strength.
So you mean if the U.S. economy starts looking shaky, the euro might look better by comparison.
Right.
And there's a big event coming up that we need to watch.
The U.S. jobs report. It could really change things one way or the other.
Okay, so we've got this French political situation, the technical signals from Purohit. It's kind of a lot. But it sounds like a weaker U.S. economy could actually be good for the euro.
Yeah, that's right. It might seem kind of weird. But currencies, it's all relative, If the U.S. economy starts to struggle, the dollar could weaken. And then the euro, it starts to look more attractive to investors.
Even if the Eurozone itself isn't doing great, it could still benefit from a bad U.S. economy.
Exactly. Perception is everything. It's all about relative performance. And that's why this U.S. jobs report is so important. It really tells us about the health of the U.S. economy. If the numbers aren't good, it could send the dollar down and give the euro a boost.
It's crazy how all this stuff is connected. French politics, U.S. jobs reports, and the euro-dollar exchange rate.
Right. Currency markets are so dynamic, they're constantly reacting to global events, economic indicators. It's fascinating.
So if our listeners trying to figure this all out, this whole euro-dollar dance, what's the main takeaway?
I think the big thing is we're at a really important point. There are good arguments for both, a euro bounce and further decline. You've got the political uncertainty in France, and then these potential economic surprises in the U.S.
We're standing at a crossroads, and we don't know which way the euro will go.
Yeah, and that's what makes currency trading so challenging,
right?
But also potentially rewarding. You have to weigh all these factors, the risks, and make smart decisions based on the best information you have.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
So beyond what we've talked about, are there any other things, any other global factors that could throw a wrench into the euro's trajectory?
Well, there are always things that can happen, things you don't expect. Global trade tensions, geopolitical risks, even central banks changing policies, all that can affect the euro-dollar exchange rate.
So it's all about staying informed and understanding how everything fits together.
Exactly. The more you understand about global events, economic forces, the better you'll be able to navigate the currency markets. And hopefully, this deep dive has given you a good place to start.
It definitely has. It's a good reminder that in the currency markets, things are rarely clear-cut.
You got it. There's always more to the story.
Well, thanks for joining us on this deep dive into the euro-dollar exchange rate. Hopefully you've learned some valuable insights.
It's been great sharing these ideas with you.
And remember, stay curious, keep learning, and maybe we'll see you on our next deep dive.
So it sounds like you're saying even with all this analysis predicting the future of the euro-dollar exchange rate is like still kind of a guessing game.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, there's just so many things that could happen that it's impossible to know for sure, but that doesn't mean we can't make good decisions.
Right.
By understanding, like we talked about, the economics, the politics, recognizing patterns and being really careful about risks, we can definitely improve our chances.
It's not about like seeing the future. It's more about understanding the game and being smart about it. Exactly. And that's what this whole deep dive is all about. We've looked at the important stuff that affects the euro-dollar exchange rate, those potential catalysts, even some of the technical signals.
So for our listener out there, what's the most important thing to take away as they try to navigate these currency markets?
I think the biggest thing is to stay informed, keep up with the global economic news, pay attention to what's going on politically, and don't be afraid to really dive into the technical stuff. The more you know, the better decisions you can make.
And maybe even find those hidden opportunities.
Exactly. Remember, knowledge is power, especially when it comes to currencies.
Well, on that note, we want to thank you for joining us on this deep dive into the euro-dollar exchange rate. We hope you found it helpful and interesting.
It's been great sharing these insights with you.
And remember, stay curious, keep learning, and maybe we'll see you on our next deep dive.
Higher. That's a trend we're seeing underlying the economy. So in November, we've gone from 39 days on average time to hire to 49 days. That makes workers unhappy. Ghosting starts happening. That creates friction. Blue collar labor, which Mike mentioned as well, the demand, the real-time demand is down 9% in blue collar labor with truck drivers, which we've mentioned as a top job in demand historically. Truck driver demand in new jobs down 45%. So we're seeing some underlying weakness that you have to dig into versus looking at just the headline number, which again, I would say was strong in very specific areas.
Well, Becky, we've talked a lot about different landings in the past, right? Soft landing, hard landing, no landing. Everyone's just hoping that we land. What is your latest read on what type of landing is even in the cards today after this data?
I think we're still kind of, sailing into a landing. I wouldn't say it's going to be smooth or hard. It's going to be slow. It appears that it's going to be quite slow. The first quarter of next year, by the real-time demand data we're seeing, is going to be soft. We're having to rethink retail hiring, again, discussed. But usually we'd see retail seasonality come in now, carry through the first quarter in terms of a decline. We saw big increases September, October. We haven't seen the increases follow through November, December. And so I think we're going to see an uneven recovery in the first half. And again, I think instead of soft or hard, it's going to be quite continued slow is what I would say.
Hey, Mike, we got the data from the BLS today, so we're sort of over that hump when it comes to understanding where the economy is. When you look forward to what the Fed still gets ahead of its next meeting, what is the next key data point that we need to have on our radar?
And next Wednesday, we get CPI, and that's going to be the major number for the Fed. PPI will also give them some clues on Thursday. The day before the Fed meeting is retail sales, and we'll see how it fits together with hiring and wages and whether people are still spending money. It's just the retail stuff, not the services stuff, but we'll get an idea of what we saw at the end of November. I refuse to use the term Black Friday spending because that's just a made-up thing. But
wait, why do you say that?
Well, it used to be years ago the strongest selling day of the year, but the idea that it represents what's going to happen over Christmas, Hanukkah season is not at all correct. We've seen holiday shopping move into October. We've seen people wait until December's sales to actually spend money. What economists generally do is take the spending numbers for November and December and average them out.
Okay.
We make a big deal out of this as if it's some sort of signpost, but it's not really.
I feel like also, I don't know what you do, Nora, but it's like with a smartphone and with e-commerce, you're shopping when you need to shop.
Of course.
And it's like
your fingertips.
The days of doorbusters are totally over. Yeah, it's a different world.
It used to be fears of people walking in, trampling people during Black Friday. It's like, oh my gosh, it's going to be so crazy. And now here we are, we're just going to our phones, waiting for Cyber Monday, Travel Tuesday. I mean, Becky, is this something that you also see, and especially as we're thinking about the holiday season, how are we viewing employment and just the labor market more broadly?
Yeah, so for sure, as we go into the holidays, we've seen holiday hiring come and go. That's behind us now as we sit here at the first of the month, which historically would not be the case. Why is that happening? Yes, shopping at your fingertips. Yes, omni-channel shopping. So I might run into a store. I'm going to do a lot online from my phone, sitting at work on my laptop. Those kind of things are happening, which actually smooths the season a bit. I think what we have to watch as we close the year is what the Fed will do. I have a little different view than Mike on that. I would say that this jobs report would give reason to hold. I think the Fed will still act because that's baked into assumptions in the market. And I hope in that action that stimulates more growth as we go into the first quarter. Again, that's not what we're seeing in the real-time demand today.
Big thank you to Bloomberg News International Economics and Policy Correspondent Michael McKee here in our studio. Also, Becky Frankowitz, Chief Commercial Officer and President North America for Manpower Group. Well, from the labor market to the world's wealthiest man, because Elon Musk poured in at least $274 million into political groups this year. It fueled a spending spree that helped Donald Trump win the presidency and secured a new title for himself, the most prolific donor of the election cycle. That total puts him far ahead of the second biggest donor, investor Timothy Mellon, who has given $197 million, mainly to Republicans. That's according to contributors tracked by Open Secrets. We got with us Bill Allison, Bloomberg News campaign finance reporter. He joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Bill, the investment obviously paid off personally for Elon Musk, just already given the way his net worth has ballooned many times past that, close to $300 million. Now, though, that some time has passed since the election, what have we learned about how he spent his money and where he spent his money?
He spent it just about everywhere. He really concentrated on the battleground states. He spent heavily on getting the vote out in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, basically all the battlegrounds. He also tried, some very different tactics. One of the things that he funded was a super PAC called RBG PAC. He was the only funder, and this refers to the late Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And this super PAC basically ran a bunch of ads saying that Donald Trump's position on abortion wasn't particularly different than Ruth Bader Ginsburg's. And obviously she was a ardent defender of reproductive rights. And, I think some people felt like that was a little bit misleading advertising. But, he tried several different kinds of things. One of the things that he paid for was there were just sort of different kinds of ads that he would run, attacking Kamala Harris or promoting Donald Trump. He really spent a lot on digital and really just kind of got people. I think the key thing that he did was that he helped boost voter registration for Republicans in a lot of these states, which is one of the keys to them winning.
So when we think about just the total spend, when we think about advertisements for the Trump campaign, just how crucial was Elon Musk's capital?
Well, if you think about it, the Trump campaign raised about $477 million from the start of the cycle to the end. That was less than half the $1.2 billion that Kamala Harris's campaign raised. He was always at a big financial disadvantage. He completely outsourced his ground game to super PACs. And Musk kind of taking that over and spending so much, he wasn't the only group that spent on turnout, but the fact that he took that over, that basically, left Trump with much more money to spend on television and places where campaigns can really be, get much more bang for their buck than other kinds of committees.
Bill, how game-changing is this for Republicans moving forward, given that they have, I don't want to say unlimited, but when you're worth more than $350 billion and, dropping close to $300 million in an election cycle is truly no big deal. How much of a game changer is this for Republicans moving forward?
It's, Republicans have faced a financial disadvantage against Democrats in the last, in the midterms. And, I think this goes all the way back to 2016, really. Even Barack Obama was like a much better fundraiser than, say, John McCain in 2008, although that was for different reasons. But, if having that one big donor, on the one hand, it does, level the playing field for Republicans. Musk has shown that he was willing to spend. I mean, I remember the original figure that we were hearing was that he was going to spend $180 million. We ended up with, almost $100 million more than that. So he's definitely willing to dig deep. And, the question is, though, that, the big problem that Republicans really have is with small dollar donors and, the sort of the grassroots donors. And the problem with a party that gets too top heavy is it loses touch with, it can lose touch with its base. And that could really hurt Republicans if, Donald Trump built this huge small dollar donor fundraising network. It was off this year. I mean, he didn't raise nearly as much money from small dollar donors. He was much more dependent on big donors like Musk. And that's got to be worrying for the Republican Party.
I mean, it's not uncommon that billionaires donate to presidential funds and they donate to these campaigns, they back them. But I want to know just the magnitude, considering how high Elon Musk's net worth is. How big was the magnitude of him versus somebody else?
I think that what was really different about Elon Musk is, and we saw this a little bit in 2004 when George Soros was very much opposed to the Iraq War and did not like George W. Bush at all as president. And he actually went on a tour and went to different places and had speaking gigs, although my recollection is that this is obviously 20 years ago, but I don't think he drew the kinds of crowds that Elon Musk did. Musk was much more hands-on and much more involved in this race than donors normally are. And he's been much more involved in the transition period. He's very kind of out front and very kind of, he was almost kind of part of the appeal of the campaign. And one of the things that they really focused on was trying to get young men to the polls. And, the exit polling data shows that they managed to do that. This is a group that is very low propensity voters, but somehow, Musk was able to inspire them, or Trump was able to inspire them. But, that could really be kind of a game-changing thing in the way that, I think that there's a big question, though. We know that, Donald Trump is kind of a once-in-a-lifetime politician, I think. I don't know that his appeal translates to other Republican candidates. And I wonder if the next Republican candidate is going to appeal to Elon Musk the way that Donald Trump did.
That's a really good point. That is a good point. Hey, it's not just Elon Musk. You have a piece out just in the last 20 minutes or so that talks about some other big-name donors. And it's pretty remarkable how quickly the folks who gave quite a bit of money have gained access to the president-elect by being tapped for certain positions. Who are some of these folks, and what did they give?
Well, certainly there's Howard Lutnick, who's going to be the Secretary of Commerce, and these are just late donations. This is not the whole amount of money that they gave. But he put about $5 million into a pair of super PACs in the final weeks of the election, one that focused on turnout, one that focused on advertising. You also have Linda McMahon gave $1 million to a super PAC that really was kind of just, she was one of only 2 donors. You also had Jeffrey Sprecher, whose wife, Kelly Loeffler, is going to be in the cabinet, and he gave $1 million to a super PAC focused on turnout. So we did see some of that money, and there's other folks who donated earlier in the campaign, but we were kind of focusing on, who was giving those late dollars.
Yeah, and we'll have to wait and see how these Senate confirmations go. But so far, all those names that you mentioned thus far haven't sort of created the outcry that we've seen with some of the other nominations for Trump's cabinet. Bill Allison, always appreciate you joining us. Check out the latest from Bill on the Bloomberg Terminal and, of course, over at Bloomberg.com. Coming up next, we're talking about that shooting death of that United Health Group executive and the way that it sparked widespread anger. That's next.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenivek. That's Nora Melinda in for Carol Massar this afternoon. Taking a look at the markets right now, the S&P 500 is up by more than 0.1%. If it does close at a record, it'll be the 57th new high for the S&P 500 so far this year. The NASDAQ composite up by 0.6%. Meantime, the New York Police Department waiting on DNA test results that could help the hunt for the killer of insurance chief Brian Thompson, who was fatally shot outside the New York Hilton Midtown Hotel early Wednesday morning. Thompson's death has uncovered a deep anger among Americans who say that the health insurance industry has too often failed to cover large medical bills and stood in the way of necessary care. Madison Muller is Bloomberg News health reporter. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Madison, the response to this on Wednesday was really swift. And what I saw online, and I think what a lot of publications, including your story, have highlighted, is that there's not a lot of empathy out there for folks who people see as the ones who are out there denying claims. Before we get to the details there, how does the private health insurance industry work here in the U.S. when it comes to deciding who to cover and what to cover?
Yeah, I mean, it's complicated. And a lot of times and I think that this is actually part of the outcry, is that there isn't a lot of transparency into how they make these decisions. So even for us, I mean, my colleague, John Tazzi, who I know you know well and has been on the show, he is so smart, and he is our guy that understands, so much about how the healthcare industry works. But even he says sometimes, like, I don't really know. There isn't a lot of transparency, and that is interestingly one of the things that I have heard in the wake of this shooting is some people within the insurance industry have said maybe this is an opportunity to take a chance to talk to people about healthcare and how the insurance industry works, maybe be more transparent about these types of decisions, and that would be a positive change. And I was talking to someone earlier who was saying maybe a silver lining, if we look at it this way, that could come out of this is that's something that our industry could do. And I mean, if that does happen, I think that could be a good thing. But it's been interesting to see how people within the industry are reacting to that sentiment.
I mean, Madison, as I'm reading your story, I know you spoke to Kevin Farmer, which he is a University of Florida orthopedics and sports medicine professor. Mm-hmm. He posted on X, formerly Twitter, saying that, quote, I mean, what that can do to someone's emotional thought process and reaction. They feel helpless. He said that the fact that every doctor thought, I'm sure this is related to denying access to care after hearing about the shooting, just shows how bad our system is. Mm-hmm. What have you been hearing from other sources? It sounds like this is a widespread reaction and feeling here.
Yeah, and I think that's what we've all been seeing, even on our own personal social media feeds, is like the reaction to this was swift from doctors, from patients, from just Americans in general who were pretty harsh and pretty critical of insurance companies in the wake of this shooting. And talking to Kevin Farmer, who's a doctor and a professor, and he was saying, he sees firsthand the frustration every single day, that patient's experience. He also gets frustrated with the lack of coverage and different coverage decisions, denials. And he was like, he's like, because of the frustration he sees, he could see it driving someone to have this emotional of a reaction potentially. But again, we don't know that that's the reason why.
Exactly, yeah. We should note no direct evidence has emerged to connect the shooting with any dispute over United Health's business, though a shell casing and live ammunition rounds inscribed with delay and depose were recovered from the sidewalk at that Midtown hotel where he was shot. I was really surprised, and this is brought up in your story, and a lot of people worked on this story, including folks you mentioned like John Tazzi. Yeah. I was really surprised that an executive like him didn't have security with him. Mm-hmm. And again, this is a conversation that I'm sure a lot of security firms are having right now and a lot of healthcare firms are having right now. Yeah. About the role of an individual and how they're sort of looked at by customers, potential mm-hmm. customers. And I'm just wondering, I mean, you interview executives all the time. Do you notice that they have security? A lot of executives we interview, sometimes some of them have security, but this stuff is pretty rare.
It's interesting. I was just talking to a source about this too, because in tech, like you see Meta and you see some of these companies, they do have security. Yeah. That's something that's baked in. They're super high profile. People know who these executives are. In the healthcare industry, these companies are massive. I mean, United is an enormous company. Eli Lilly is an enormous company, but
they approach security differently. I mean, in the times that I've interviewed Dave Ricks, haven't personally seen security there. Maybe they're around, but Miranda Davis, who's a national reporter in Chicago, she interviewed Dave Ricks yesterday in Wisconsin, and he's the CEO of Eli Lilly. He was saying that Lilly is now thinking about different policy decisions around security, and that this is just totally made them rethink a lot of their own policies and procedures. And I was talking to a source earlier who was saying, drawing parallels with United being a Midwest company, Eli Lilly's a Midwest company. Obviously, there's a lot of big companies based in the Midwest, but that they too have maybe a more relaxed attitude. Midwest nice, they want to be approachable, they want to be known to their hundreds of thousands of employees, and it's a little bit different than like maybe an East Coast or a West Coast company that has these security things more baked in. And so that was interesting too. He was saying that maybe there's going to be ripple effects across like companies in the Midwest and how they approach security for their executives.
And it's interesting, especially as you think about this being not the CEO of the parent company, but specifically the head of the insurance department. Right. And so it's really interesting, especially seeing what's coming off of this news. I mean, I was looking through X and they were talking about how Anthem, Blue Cross Blue Shield is potentially reversing its anesthesia policy. And this is all because of the backlash that they've been receiving on social media, where they were saying that they were going to limit the coverage that a person would have when they're under anesthesia. Right. And they got immediate backlash after this shooting as people are really cracking down on insurance companies and healthcare more broadly. So, I mean, what do you think this will change? How will this change the story, rather, for companies to come?
There's going to be ripple effects. There's no doubt. I mean, even yesterday, like Kathy Hochul's tweet was like, "Don't mess with New Yorkers." Right. Yeah, it was kind of crazy. Yeah. Like there was a very swift reaction and tangible reaction, obviously, with them deciding not to go forward with this controversial policy. And if this shooting sparks things like that, like decisions around coverage or policies like that, could be pretty significant for this industry. But we just have to wait to see what will happen. But all the sources that I've talked to are like, this has brought up a lot of longstanding issues that people have with the insurance industry, and we're going to continue to see these ripple effects for like months to come, they think. So it's pretty crazy.
Madison Moeller, Bloomberg News health reporter, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Check out her story and more from the entire team that worked on this one, including Jerry Smith and Riley Griffin. You can do that on the Bloomberg terminal and, of course, at Bloomberg.com. Let's switch gears a little bit because the Chinese parent company of TikTok faces a ban in the U.S. if it doesn't meet a January 19th deadline to sell the video sharing app. It's the result of a federal appeals court ruling on Friday. A 3-judge panel in Washington unanimously upheld a new U.S. law enacted to protect national security and user privacy, ruling that it didn't violate free speech protections under the Constitution's First Amendment. We got with us Michael Shepard, senior editor for technology and strategic industries for Bloomberg News. He joins us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. Just in the last hour or so, we have heard from TikTok. They're planning on taking this to the next step, which, Michael, is the U.S. Supreme Court. What could happen there?
Well, it's a great question, Tim, because TikTok has signaled all along that they view this new law, and even as the legislation was coming together, they viewed this whole move as unconstitutional. They see it as, in essence, censorship of their users across the U.S. They have 170 million at last count in this country. It's a big market for them, and they see this law as restricting their ability to not only do business, but for their clients or customers to express themselves. We all know how TikTok has been this outlet for so many people, especially young people, through the pandemic. Will the Supreme Court be sympathetic to that argument is really the main question. The 3-judge panel's ruling today was unanimous. The panel is made up of 2 Republicans and 1 Democrat in their ruling today. And the Supreme Court may not be any more sympathetic than the lower court was today.
Well, Mike, I mean, of course, with this ban, it's not good for TikTok or ByteDance, but of course, this can really help some U.S. companies like Snapchat, or maybe if we think about Instagram. I mean, these are some companies that will really benefit.
Yeah.
Alphabet.
Meta platform shares are went to a record high today.
Exactly. Maybe people are going to be going to Instagram Reels instead of TikTok. But what does this mean for the companies that spend so much of their money putting their ad spend on TikTok?
Well, Nora, I'm really glad you asked that question because this is a big business issue. TikTok has had this growing advertising presence here in the U.S., and it is also trying to develop a retail platform, a vehicle through which users can make purchases through the app. So there is a lot at stake here. And as you said, its competitors are feasting on the moment right now. And it will, it is something that actually the people who crafted the legislation, the Justice Department, in its arguments to the court, and even the judges who ruled today acknowledged that, look, we would be really sad to see TikTok go if it's not sold. We don't want to see it banned necessarily, but if that actually happens, there are other destinations for those users. So we might see some of those advertising dollars and some of that other business shift to these other places unless we see a sale.
Well, Mike, how quickly are we expecting a decision?
Well, they have to first actually make the cert petition to the court. We haven't seen evidence that they filed yet. And Matt Shettelheim of Bloomberg Intelligence, one of our analysts here, does not expect the court to act on an emergency basis to overturn this. So it will be really interesting to see how the justices handle it. Do they take the case and then put it on pause and put the law on pause until they rule? Remember, they're in session until June or early July, so this could take a while. They also may just decline the petition altogether and let the law stand. So it's unclear how quickly they would act. It may not be before the end of this year, but we would certainly expect them to respond in some fashion before the January 19th deadline by which ByteDance must sell TikTok.
Does President-elect Trump, when he takes office on January 20th, does he have any influence over the fate of TikTok? Because he changed his tune, and perhaps one of the reasons we're talking about this now is because of what he did during his first term as president, when he was the initial person who raised the idea to sell its U.S. assets.
Well, you're right, Tim, and this was just an incredible turnaround for the president-elect. During the campaign, he reversed his position seeking a ban on TikTok. In part, he was using TikTok as a way to appeal to younger voters, but he also sees TikTok as a competitor to Meta Platforms' Facebook, which, as you remember, kicked Donald Trump off after the January 6th Capitol insurrection by his supporters. Now, that may be mitigated a little bit by Mark Zuckerberg's recent visit to Mar-a-Lago and his dinner with the president-elect. But at the same time, we haven't seen or heard from Donald Trump on this specific issue since the ruling came down. So we'll be all ears for anything that may come up on Truth Social about his position. And now whether he can alter enforcement of the law is another great question. There's not a lot of leeway or wiggle room for the Justice Department to simply take a pass on doing its job and following the code of law. We could see, however, the president-elect perhaps, if he still wants to see this ban reversed, go to allies in Congress to see if maybe there is a way to get the law revisited on Capitol Hill.
That's a good point. Michael Shepard, Senior Editor for Technology and Strategic Industries for Bloomberg News down there in our Washington, D.C. bureau. Up next, the state of deal-making and M&A in private equity. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenevec. That's Norma Linda in for Carol Masser on this Jobs Friday afternoon. Taking a look at markets, the S&P 500 is in the green, higher by a little more than 0.1%. The NASDAQ Composite up by 0.6%. The Dow in the red, though, down close to 0.4%. If we do see the S&P 500 close at a record today, it would be the 57th record for the S&P 500 so far this year. Let's talk a little M&A when it comes to private equity, because Donald Trump's return to the White House is predicted to seed the ground for more big-ticket mergers and acquisitions, and dealmakers expect new appointees at federal agencies under Trump to bring a friendlier approach to M&A. We've heard a lot about that over the last month. The outlook for private equity and other deal-making in 2025 is the focus of this week's CFO Briefing newsletter. We've got with us Nina Trentman, senior editor at Bloomberg News. She joins us along with Dorothy Walter, partner and CFO at the private equity firm Alpine Investors. Nina's here in the studio, Dorothy out there in San Francisco. You can sign up for the Bloomberg CFO Briefing newsletter at bloomberg.com/CFO Briefing. Nina, I do want to start with you and just get an idea from you how your sources have been thinking about the shift that we could see, that they could see come January 2025 under the new administration.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it was certainly interesting to see in conversations this week, including with Dorothy, but also with other CFOs, to see that people, I think overall, are more optimistic for deal making, but they're not necessarily sort of expecting all hell to break loose. So I think the expectation is, yes, more deal making, potentially helped by lower interest rates, potentially also helped by less regulatory scrutiny that we might be seeing under the new administration. So I think an improvement from this year, and I guess we'll see where that leads us.
I mean, this year was pretty dry when we think about M&A. I mean, people have really been waiting for us to see the floodgates open and see some activity happen. As you're speaking to sources, what is the prediction? Is it going to be a slow run-up into 2025?
Yeah, I spoke to Ernst & Young this week, and they were saying specifically on the private equity front that we should see sort of here in the U.S. about 440 deals, which would be an improvement of about 16% over this year's levels. Interesting, I thought, was this, that they pointed out, well, the U.S. is a bit of a leading indicator with regards to M&A. So if you see more deals here and more deals not just being announced, but actually being completed, that could also then lead to some more enthusiasm around the world. And I'm sure, Dorothy, that you can tell us more on this.
Yeah, I want to bring in Dorothy Walter, partner and CFO at the private equity firm Alpine Investors out there in San Francisco. How are you thinking about this change at the top when it comes to the top of the ticket, and thinking about another Trump administration? Because for the last few years, a lot of the folks we've talked to when it comes to M&A, they've essentially said it's the higher rates that have sort of put a damper on it. I'm wondering what you're thinking for 2025. Is it going to be rates, or is it going to be regulatory issues?
I think it's a combination of both, and nice to be here with you all. We've heard all the dire news, all the 30% count of deals down year over year in the United States. It's looking bad, but then there's so many bright spots as well, right? Transactions and $10 billion of value and more are up year over year. Average deal size is up year over year. Mega cap sponsors are very active in the market, which we're certainly keeping a pulse on those deals. 25 of them happening year to date. And on the IPO side, we have some bright spots on the horizon. HG just announced potentially thinking about taking Visma public after holding that company for a super long time. And so we're pretty optimistic. We think some bright horizons are coming.
Dorothy, talk to us a little bit about Alpine, sort of the investments that you're looking for. I know that you've been pretty active on the deal-making front this year already. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, while those stats overall for the United States deal-making are down year over year, Alpine's been up year over year. We've closed over 160 deals this year and coming. And the reason is we just hunt in a different pool than other sponsors. We don't let the game define us. We define the game we want to play. For our platform deals, we transition management 100% of the time, which means that we can look in different pools. Over 80% of our deals over the past 5 years have been proprietarily sourced. And that allows us to really try and set a different tone for the market.
Dorothy, are there any sectors or industries in particular that people are thinking are more primed, more fertile ground for some transaction activity as we head into next year?
Certainly industrial, certainly tech. I mean, with where the elections are going and some of those headlines, those are pretty hot right now. It's yet to be seen, where regulatory changes are going to take us. Like, are Vivek and Elon going to be effective at their Department of Governmental Efficiency efforts? Who knows? And then with those efforts, how is that going to impact different sectors that might become hot or not hot, for example?
I think one thing, of course, will be interesting to watch also, Dorothy, and maybe you can comment on that, is this: how do deal makers think about the environment for deals, not just on the regulatory side, but also what will the market confidence look like? Because, of course, some of the deals will also happen if the environment looks good and if there's a positive sentiment around that. Talk to us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think that sentiment does play a lot into it. I mean, we've been through a lot in headlines over the past 2 years with various wars and macro uncertainty. And so while I don't necessarily think that will all be resolved, we think that the increased investments by this new administration are going to really allow us to have more confidence in general support in the U.S. for business sentiment overall.
What does the landscape look like for opportunities? Like, when you look out there to see companies that you think look like ones that you'd actually add to your portfolio, what are the characteristics that they have?
A lot of them are recession resistant, so we really look at the top line trends over time, make sure that that's very strong. As I said, if we're replacing management, we're often we're cultivating relationships with these company founders over many years, right? And so understanding what it is that they've been through to build that company, where they think the future of that company is, and then making sure, again, that top line is strong enough to withstand a management transition, and that also those customer relationships are strong enough, right? And so I think we think a lot about those pieces. We also think about fragmented, deep markets where M&A can play a big piece. And so one of the things, we've been talking about M&A volumes. I mean, let's look at the lower end of the market. There's still a lot of smaller deals trading in 5-10 million EBITDA space that can supplement a strategy for a company. They can build out different product lines. They can build out greenfielding new geographies, right? And so those are some of the aspects that we look at that make deals attractive for us, and where Alpine can bring its value creation playbook to play, whether that's on M&A, whether that's on various other value creation levers we bring.
So how are private equity firms thinking about potential M&A transactions in 2025 if the Federal Reserve doesn't cut as much as people are expecting?
It's been interesting for us just looking at the dynamics in private credit markets. So looking at, for example, BlackRock's recent acquisition of HPS and how that's creating this really imbalance in demand and supply in the provision of credit. And so while rates are certainly one thing, the availability of debt is another thing that we should be really talking about. Alpine looks at things such as like RDDTL loan terms, EBITDA definitions, those types of things to gain competitiveness in the market. And really for strong top quality assets, we're seeing quite a lot of demand out there and very little supply. And so what that means is continued ability to make deals where you have some of those compelling characteristics that I just shared.
Dorothy, we'll have to wrap up shortly, but just talk to us 1 second about valuations. Have those come down?
You can't say with broad strokes. There are certain industries that have certainly been very impacted, whether it's by governmental regulation, whether it's by other macro headwinds. I think, and then there's others that have benefited and that have been able to ride through COVID and continue that wave. And so I would say valuations, you really have to poke at them, and you have to know when you're talking to your sponsors that you've invested with, like, how are they approaching those? Because some of those public market benchmarks are pretty old by now, and so we're waiting for public market to open up again to start to establish some new benchmarks for us.
Dorothy Walter, partner and CFO at the private equity firm Alpine Investors out there in San Francisco, along with Nina Tretman, senior editor at Bloomberg News. She writes the CFO Briefing newsletter. Sign up for it now. Just head on over to bloomberg.com/CFO Briefing. Taking a look at Equity markets, we're seeing some red on the Dow, down 0.3%. The S&P 500 up a little more than 0.1%, though. Tech, the Nasdaq Composite up close to 0.7%.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenevec. That is Norma Linda in for Carol Masser. And it is now time for another edition of Options Insight with Bloomberg News Markets correspondent Abigail Doolittle. She's joined today by Chris Murphy, co-head of derivative strategy at Susquehanna. Abigail, Bitcoin this week, Wednesday night, hitting $100,000 for the first time. I imagine that's something you're quite focused on?
Absolutely. That kind of volatility, how can we ignore it? Because it's not just that Bitcoin went above $100,000 per Bitcoin. It's also that it went up to 103 and then back down to 92 in this very short period of time. That is volatility. Chris Murphy of Susquehanna, thanks so much for joining us. So what are you hearing and seeing around these Bitcoin moves? And is it sustainable? Is the move going to keep going to the upside, or are we going to see some kind of quick reversal of that parabolic uptrend?
Well, hey, Abigail. I would say so. We're looking at the options. IBIT recently listed options, generating a lot of volume. When it was first listed, right around after the presidential election, almost primarily bullish trading, a lot of call buying. We always see the near-term daily stuff, but really some longer-term stuff that was mostly bullish. This week, that's changed a little bit. It's much more evenly distributed. Earlier in this week, there was what we would call like a tail hedge in Bitcoin, 1 year out, looking for a much lower move or protecting against one. And then the biggest trade from this week, or the most noteworthy, was a buyer of IBIT January 51.41 put spreads. That's 25,000 times. So pretty big trade. And that lower strike that they're targeting is right around where Bitcoin was heading up into the presidential election. So biggest takeaway from the options is was very bullish a couple weeks ago, is much more evenly distributed now.
So as you know, Chris, and certainly Nora and Tim know here, I love a good chart. And the Bitcoin chart has really been pretty ridiculous this year because it appeared as though it was going to consolidate down to about $40,000 per Bitcoin or so. And it made an attempt at that, went down to 51 a couple months before the election, and then has only gone higher. But that long-term uptrend is still calling it. I think it is right around those levels that you're talking about on that put spread. One question on this IBIT, since it is relatively new, is the volume good in terms of the options? Is that reliable?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, hundreds of thousands of options. Yesterday, when Bitcoin did go above 100,000, had its biggest volume day since it started trading. Upwards of 1 million options. I don't have the exact number traded yesterday. So yeah, very liquid, very actively traded. And then we're able to look at the option distribution to get an idea of what the options world is expecting for the odds of different moves in Bitcoin.
Okay, so it does seem kind of frothy. Michael Hartnett, B of A, he's saying that a lot of markets right now look a little bit frothy, not just Bitcoin going above that big psychological mark, but also the S&P 500 trading rich at a greater than 5 times price to book, the highest since the dot-com bubble. In terms of options, are you seeing anything that suggests broad-based risk asset froth that could reverse in 2025? Or if you are seeing it, could it also just keep going?
Another thing that startups need to look for is a market that is either started to undergo or is soon going to undergo exponential growth. I think this is actually related to one of the biggest mistakes investors make when evaluating startups. Investors always say, well, what's your growth rate? We care about the growth rate. Investors will forgive smallish revenue today if it's growing quickly. For some reason, people don't think about markets this way. But if you think about the most important startups, they are the ones that I start in small markets that are growing very, very quickly. 11 years ago, the market for iPhone apps was $0. It's now huge. And I think if you only think about the TAM today, you'll make a big mistake. What you really want to do is identify a market that's going to grow every year and be able to ride that up elevator.
Welcome to the digital age. Are you struggling to stand out here? Don't worry. Meet Blue TV, who is your digital superhero.
Blue TV is a multi-purpose online media network that also provides digital marketing services. We are based in Islamabad, Pakistan. We are expert in creative marketing, social media and digital marketing, search engine optimization, web design, page rank, and SERPs, video editing, recording and production.
So, what are you waiting for? Pick up the phone and call or WhatsApp Blue TV on given number, or visit our Facebook page at facebook.com/blue.online.tv.
With Blue TV, your business growth will be skyrocketed.
I want a bank that shows me what I spend instantly.
We're Monzo. Give us a go. See?
I want a bank that can help me budget for the things I need. Like a new leather jacket for Bingo.
We can do that.
Bingo's my cockapoo.
Hi, Bingo.
It's a real faff to sign up.
It takes less than 10 minutes.
Race you.
You're on. Time's up. How'd you get on?
It's a draw.
Is it? We hear you, Bingo. You make Monzo Monzo.
My general advice is continue to seek out companies or people that are maybe 1 stage or 2 stages ahead of you. And I think this is generalizable to not just to startups, but anyone seeking fast growth in their own professional lives, in their careers too. what does greatness look like? Try to seek out people who've been there, done that before, and then try to not connect with one, but try to interview 3, 5, 10 people to see what is a general pattern of greatness that look like that will get you to the next level of the company, next stage, maybe a year, 12 months from now, 24 months from now. Seek out people who kind of went down that path a few times. Then you'll start to find this pattern that start to emerge. What are things that you need to have 12 months from now, 24 months from now that you currently don't have? Then try to like build a path towards that. It's almost like Amazon's or Jeff Bezos' mantra of working backwards. Think about what your end game or next stage look like, and then figure out your steps to getting there, and who do you need to work with, upgrading or coaching your existing team or recruiting from somewhere else to really level your leadership. Because ultimately, the job of a CEO is to do 3 things, right? One is get the strategy right for your company, making sure it's executed, get the right teams onboarded, getting the resources, whether it be fundraising or allocating your resources. So it's strategy, people, or team, figuring out how you need to navigate those things to get to the next level.
I will show you how to get the best funding for your startup idea. Let's get started. Here's the deal. If you have an amazing startup idea and need funds to fuel it, we're here to help. Simply send us a video where you explain your idea. Make it clear, concise, and compelling. Hook us in with your passion and vision. Don't forget to include your contact details so investors can reach out directly. This is your chance to shine and get your idea in front of people who can make it a reality. Imagine turning your startup dream into a thriving business. It all starts with that one simple step. So what are you waiting for? Grab your phone, hit record, and let your idea fly. The future of your startup could be just one video away. Remember, be clear, be passionate, and most importantly, be you. We can't wait to see what you've got. Let's get funded now.
After those 4 days, Pete Hegseth has limited himself to only visits with Trump loyalists in the U.S. Senate, those who consistently back whatever Donald Trump does.
Some residents of the San Francisco Bay Area say they didn't get word of the tsunami warning that followed the 7.0 magnitude earthquake in Northern California yesterday. Here's KCBS radio reporter Matt Bigler.
The city's outdoor emergency sirens remain offline. Money set aside for security upgrades went elsewhere during the pandemic. The city did send out vehicle-mounted megaphones to warn people about the possible tsunami, and emergency officials say residents should sign up for mobile alerts.
The jury's found 2 Indianapolis police officers not guilty in the 2022 death of a man who was shocked with a taser and then restrained face down while being handcuffed. At this hour, the Dow is off 145 points. This is CBS News. If you're waiting for your big break, a country music legend may have your ticket to stardom.
I want to give you the chance to help me bring my story to Broadway and maybe even play me.
Dolly Parton has launched a national casting search for her new bio musical on the Great White Way.
We're looking for talented performers who can capture the spirit of my journey, whether you're an experienced theater professional or and undiscovered gems, that little special stuff.
Interested? Record a 1-minute video singing your favorite Dolly song and post it to social media with the hashtag #SearchForDolly.
So what are you waiting for? This might be your big moment. And hey, we're gonna...
Deborah Rodriguez, CBS News.
Lionel Messi has been named the 2024 MVP of Major League Soccer. He missed 15 of Inter Miami's 34 regular season matches with injuries or commitments to Argentina's national team, but he still factored into a league-high 36 goals. Christopher Cruz, CBS News.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenivek. That is not Carol Masser. It's Nora Melinda, who is a Bloomberg News Equities reporter. She's in for Carol this afternoon. It's hour 2 of Bloomberg Business Week, right here on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Originals, and YouTube as well. How are you doing so far? Are you having fun?
That's what it's about.
Okay, good.
Having a great time.
Good. Well, you're doing a great job. We're having a lot of fun. And we got a great couple of hours coming up. On Fridays, I don't know if you know about this. You know, on Fridays, we try to get a little alcohol involved in the show.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, and we're going to be doing that. We got the founder of Harlem Brewing Company joining us a little later in the program. Celeste Beatty is going to be stopping by, so we're looking forward to that. Before we get there, though, there's a lot of news to talk about, including this new czar position that Donald Trump has created.
Sure.
And who's going to be doing it?
I mean, he's chosen a venture capitalist, David Sachs, to be his AI and crypto czar. And this is going to be really interesting. We're going to be talking about this with Bloomberg News venture capital reporter Sarah McBride and senior editor Mike Regan.
Also, we got Mark Gongloff joining us a little later on the program. He's Bloomberg opinion editor who covers climate change. He's not so excited about what the UN has been doing, so we're going to be speaking to him a little bit about that. Also, coming up a little later in the program, Waymo is spurring some to rage against the robot future. We'll tell you what that's all about a little later as well. All that and more coming up over the next 2 hours right here on Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Denise Pellegrini in for Charlie Pellet. Hey, Denise.
Hey there, Tim and Nora. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg, of course, and investors are reacting to prospects of that possible ban in the U.S. of TikTok parent ByteDance, Alphabet, Meta Platforms, Snap, among those who could see an increase in use if that ban were actually to go into place. Google shares, Alphabet shares right now, they are up more than 1%. Meta shares up about 2.5%. Snap shares up more than 1.5%. November jobs report out earlier showing hiring rebounds, but rising unemployment. And Mohammed El-Arian, Bloomberg opinion columnist, says this means we are still on the rate cut path, guys, but it's going to be choppy.
It's going to be cut, pause, or skip, and then cut, and then we're going to have a huge conversation. Was this a hawkish skip? Was it a dovish skip? So we're gonna go to the third differential now, because we lack proper policy guidance.
And El-Arian there with Bloomberg's Jonathan Farrow. Consumer sentiment rising to the highest since April. Of course, Nora and Tim, we had this new survey out from creditcards.com. It shows some of the buying that we're seeing lately could actually be people rushing to buy things like toilet paper and other items ahead of possible Trump's tariffs. So just something else to consider right now. Stocks are mixed. The Dow down 145 points. S&P 500, though, up 8. NASDAQ up 128. The yield on the 10-year right now, 4.15%, we'll call it. Spot gold up fractionally, just up about 0.1%, $26.35 an ounce. And West Texas crude down 1.7% now, $67.11 a barrel. Bitcoin, big story of the day, back up above 100,000, 101,605 right now. Was as low as, 97 earlier today? A lot of crying then, but a lot of celebrating right now. And shares of Petco, ticker WOOF, they're up substantially. The pet health company reporting third quarter numbers above estimates and strengthening sales. And in other developments, we're watching the U.S. will begin testing raw supplies across the country of milk for the presence of the bird flu virus that's been spreading in dairy cattle. Bird flu virus has recently been spreading, especially in California. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, whenever you get your podcasts on Bloomberg News Now, I'm Denise Pellegrini, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Tim and Nora.
Hey, Denise, thanks so much. Do appreciate that. Well, he's going all in on Washington, maybe. Does anyone get my joke? All in?
I'm laughing.
All right, good. All right. I think Sarah gets it out in San Francisco. Donald Trump says he's selecting venture capitalist David Sachs of Kraft Ventures to serve as his AI and crypto czar. It's a newly created position that underscores the president-elect's intent to boost two rapidly developing industries. For more on the implications of this when it comes to AI and crypto, and for an idea of who exactly David Sachs is, we turn to Sarah McBride, Bloomberg News venture capital reporter, as well as Bloomberg News senior editor Mike Regan, who's going to talk to us a little bit about the crypto side of things. Sarah, I do want to start with you and get an understanding for everybody about who David Sachs is. PayPal, Yammer, SaaS, podcasting, he's voted for Democrats. Like, who is this guy?
Okay, he's a very interesting character. He got his start in Silicon Valley, as you said. He was chief operating officer at PayPal. So that means his ties with people like Elon Musk go way back. He's very well connected. That same group includes other billionaire donors like Peter Thiel. It includes other VCs like Keith Rabois, who's also been quite conservative when it comes to his donations. I mean, go ahead.
Oh, you're good, Sarah. Oh, yeah, Nora, did you have something to ask? Sorry.
Yeah, I
a
mean,
little bit of a delay. Sorry about that, guys.
A little bit of a delay, but just wanted to get an idea of David Sachs and what the reception has been after Trump has announced this to be his pick.
Right. So people who know him and who are his friends, and as I said, that's a vast network of very influential people in Silicon Valley, are ecstatic. Mark Andreessen, another prominent venture capitalist who has a lot of crypto investments, far more than David Sachs, actually tweeted out, oh, we've gone from the Wright brothers to Elon Musk chopsticks, SpaceX landing, very complicated space maneuver, kind of compared David Sachs to basically a rocket ship for what it would mean for the crypto industry. So people who have been very unhappy with Biden-era policies on crypto, in particular SEC Chief Gary Gensler's positions on crypto, are just hailing this as a new moment that I think they're probably a little bit over-optimistic because David Sachs does favor some regulation of crypto. It's not going to be some kind of free-for-all, which I think some people would like to see.
I mean, Mike, I want to bring you into the conversation. When we think about the fact that crypto is hitting all-time high after all-time high, it's really just been on a roll. And we're heading into 2025 where we're going to have President-elect Donald Trump coming into office. What is his idea on crypto? Does it seem as though it could rally further under him, or what is his stance?
Yeah, well, first, let me say I did get Tim's joke. I was still on mute,
Now,
so I
it's
couldn't
funny you
laugh.
say that because I went back and looked at Sarah's story just now, and the headline literally has that joke in it. So I promise, Sarah, I didn't plagiarize from you, but maybe I inadvertently did. So I apologize.
Yeah, I've seen that joke. Seen that joke a few
My
times.
bad.
So great minds and all that.
Or I'm very rich.
Yeah.
I don't know. Whatever.
Well, to your question, I would say Trump as well is all in on crypto, obviously.
There you go.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of question marks going forward as far as how much more his support can boost the market. This pick, the crypto industry is happy with David Sachs. It was a bit of a surprise, though, because he's not sort of a pure play crypto guy. I mean, venture capital is insanely important to the crypto industry and its growth, as well as AI. So it makes sense why Trump would pick him. He also shares a lot of Trump's worldviews as far as anti-diversity efforts, and he's very much against the spending on U.S. spending to support Ukraine. So he does his sort of culture war and bigger picture thinking dovetails a lot with Trump and Elon Musk as well. His old colleague from PayPal. So in retrospect, it's not that surprising of a pick. But I will say we had about 5 different templates ready for who got this job. He was not one of them. So just gives you a sense of what kind of a surprise.
Who were some of the other ones?
Who was on that list?
There were quite a few. Now that these stories aren't going to run, I don't know if I want to talk about it.
Right.
Fair to say.
Fair.
Hey, Sarah, I want to bring you back in here because I wonder about conflicts of interest here, potential conflicts of interest or perceived conflicts of interest, things that we think about a lot as journalists. What happens to Kraft Ventures and David Sachs Investments when he is in this position?
That's a really interesting question, and a lot of people in Silicon Valley are concerned about conflict of interest. And David Sachs has always said that he doesn't want to give up running Kraft. When I interviewed him back in May, he said he didn't want to take on a full-time Washington position. His first interest is running Kraft, and that's what his firm has been saying last night and tonight. So it's definitely not a full-fledged Washington position. That said, he does have some investments that would seemingly pose a conflict. Case in point, he's an investor in X.AI, a direct rival to OpenAI, and he has in the past posted some quite unflattering things about OpenAI. He questions their goal of a big, important movement in AI, AGI, artificial general intelligence. So he has very strong views that aren't aligned with all players in the industry. So that's something that people are questioning. His allies say that he's not going to pick favorites and he's going to be fair, but there's still some nervousness around that.
Well, Sarah, of course, a lot of people have been acknowledging this potential conflict of interest. But in the event that this does seem to present an issue, who are the powers that would be holding him accountable?
That is a great question. It seems like this administration has a lot more of these picks that might not require full-time positions, that don't really require as much vetting and full congressional confirmation. That might be something you should ask one of our colleagues in Washington, because it's unclear to me that he would have to go through that process.
And let's not forget, conflicts of interests are sort of part of Trump's political brand, let's be honest. You know, I mean, in his first term, he had a hotel in D.C. that, you know, was the subject of any amount of criticism for, you know, foreign dignitaries coming to stay there. You had Jared Kushner's business. I mean...
Well, yeah, not to mention World Liberty Financial now, and then the, you know, digital... or the Trump Media and Technology publicly traded company. Mike, I want to give you the last word here, and we have about 30 seconds left. What exactly does a crypto czar do?
Well, he's the first one, so we'll find out. But I think the idea is that he will sort of be the contact for the crypto industry to get to Trump through. Say, hey, David, what's going on with regulations? Here's what we want you to do. Here's what we think, you know, that sort of liaison position, basically.
Okay, we'll see how it certainly does play out. Once again, a big thank you to our team here at Bloomberg News. Sarah McBride out there in San Francisco, Bloomberg News venture capital reporter, as well as Bloomberg News senior editor Mike Regan here in the Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. Taking a look at crypto, you just type in CRYP-GO on the Bloomberg terminal. Bitcoin up 2.8% right now, still above 100,000. It's actually at 101,808. We're seeing Ether higher by 6% right now. XRP up by 2.7%. Coming up next, we talk climate with Mark Gongloff. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It is 3:21 on Wall Street. I'm Denise Pellegrini. We check the markets for you all day long at Bloomberg. Stocks are kind of mixed right now. That jobs report, it did show job creation holding up, but unemployment rising slightly to 4.2%. Tiffany Wilding, economist at PIMCO, says watch for the Fed to still cut at its coming December meeting, but also position itself to slow the pace after that.
We think you likely will get another 25 basis point rate cut. But at the same time, when the Federal Reserve releases its new summary of economic forecast projections, you'll see just an expectation for, a stronger, more resilient economy, maybe a slight uptick in their inflation forecasts. And they pair that with an upward revision in their rate path.
Wilding there on Bloomberg Television. Right now, the Dow down about 0.3%. Down by 136 points. S&P 500 up 11, NASDAQ up 137. That's 0.7% gain there. Yield on the 10-year right now, 4.15%. Spot gold right now, $26.36 an ounce. That's up 0.2%. And West Texas crude, it is down 1.7%, $67.14 a barrel. Bitcoin, 101,833 right now, and gaining well above that 100,000 mark. A lot of celebrating there among crypto fans. DocuSign shares skyrocketing 27% after boosting its revenue forecast. And guys, 1 in 3 Americans is apparently stockpiling daily necessities, including toilet paper right now and non-perishable food. 1 in 3 on fear that President-elect Donald Trump's pledge to add tariffs will lead to higher prices. This is according to a new survey from creditcards.com. They say people are piling on the credit card debt to do this, so they're actually going into debt to do this. I guess my question is, what does this do to the retail sales numbers?
Yeah, that's a good question. I just want to know why people are stockpiling toilet paper again. Didn't we learn anything in 2020? Yeah.
Because they think the price will go up.
What I did learn is that if you need toilet paper, Carol Masser has a stash in her basement. Yeah,
we also have a good stash here.
Okay. Then you got to come into work. Denise Pellegrini, thanks so much for that update. Bloomberg Business Week brought to you by Anshin Accountants and Advisors, partner-owned since 1923. Anshin factors in your unique circumstances to develop innovative tax and accounting solutions. Visit anchin.com. Anshin, recalculating what's possible.
Well, Tim, failure is perhaps a good word to describe the United Nations right now when it comes to climate, at least except Bloomberg opinion columnist Mark Gongloff. Mark is writing that the UN talks on curbing the use of plastics ended in failure last weekend, just days after failure on the latest round of UN climate talks, which soon came after the failure of UN biodiversity talks. But that doesn't certainly mean that the fight against a heating planet is a lost cause. Mark Gongloff is a Bloomberg opinion editor who covers climate change. He joins us here from New York City. Well, Mark, for those that don't know exactly what the UN has been failing to do, clue us in there and then tell us what could change the tide.
Well, the biggest thing that the UN failed to do was to come up with a financial plan for climate change at its latest COP meeting, which was in Azerbaijan. There was big fighting. Talks almost failed. When they did arrive at talks, it was much less than was needed and much less than many developing nations had asked for. This, as you mentioned, was just the latest in a string of failures. The plastics treaty was a failure also. The political winds in the U.S. and in Europe and in other parts of the world have turned against these big global climate talks, it seems. And meanwhile, petrostates, big oil producers like Saudi Arabia, Russia, and the United States, let's be honest, have kind of been standing in the way of big agreements of the sort that we saw, say, in Paris in 2015. And those have been really important to us. And so we're going to have to find something else to replace that if these talks are just going to keep breaking down, as it looks like they will for the foreseeable future.
Well, you actually bring up in your column, Mark, some of those things that could take the place of broad sweeping proposals or other things from the United Nations. And I want to go through some of these here because not all hope is lost, at least according to the folks you've talked to. What about the idea that the free markets kind of take care of this, or the idea that economics take care of this and play into this?
That's one of the most important factors that could work in our favor here. It's still fairly early days, believe it or not, in the transition to clean energy. There's still a long way to go. And some of the people that I talk to suggest that we are in the early stages of what they call an S-shaped curve. You know, when you see adoption of new technology, it starts out kind of slow at first, then it picks up a little bit, and then it just sort of skyrockets like a hockey stick kind of shape. And they don't think we're even going into that hockey stick yet. So there's still a long way to go. And what happens is, you know, these things get cheaper and cheaper. More people say, oh, you know, it's actually cheaper for me to build this solar plant than it is to build a coal plant, so I'll do that, and that starts to build on itself. And so you are starting to see that now. You're seeing renewable energy is just cheaper to build than a lot of fossil fuel energy, and so we're starting to see those economies of scale kick in. And once that happens, the engine just turns itself over, and it just keeps moving. And if you're not on board with that, you get left behind. And so that could encourage a lot of companies, governments to sort of get on board.
Yeah, it's actually interesting. I mean, given where, I mean, if we look at this from the perspective of the price of oil and what oil has done this year, I mean, for some companies, including some incredibly prominent ones, when the price of oil falls like this and it is at a level such as this, it doesn't make sense to build new projects to extract more oil because the demand just isn't there, Mark.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Donald Trump took office, or is taking office, one election promising to drill, baby, drill, but all the oil drillers don't seem to really be on board with that. We just saw OPEC Plus this week say, yeah, we're going to wait another few months before we even think about raising production again. And then Chevron has dialed back its plans for drilling for more oil in the Permian Basin here in the U.S. And so, you know, they're kind of looking at their economics and saying, you know, we see they see beyond 4 years, and they see oil demand is slowing. It's not going to go away anytime soon, but it is slowing. And they also see the price is not quite where they want it to be. And they also know that if they go crazy, and they've done this before, and they were severely punished by the stock market, they know that if they go nuts and drill, baby, drill to their heart's content, all of a sudden the price of oil is going to collapse. Investors will get mad at them for spending a whole bunch of money when they don't have the oil price to match it. So they're being very careful about that.
I mean, the UN is made of so many different countries with different perspectives. Which countries are really focused on this change in climate? I mean, especially if we do have President-elect Donald Trump, who may not be as focused on that charge.
Well, here's the thing. China is the short answer here. They have not been a huge power at these UN talks. I mean, China has been sort of involved in them off and on, but they haven't driven any big agreements lately. But China is right now, especially with, as you say, Donald Trump about to go into the White House, he has sort of abdicated the U.S.'s position as the global leader in climate change talks and driving that forward. China has a huge opportunity here, and it is already sort of the de facto leader because it has like 3/4 of the global electric vehicle market. It is a massive producer of solar panels and other components of the green energy transition. And so it is sort of already leading the way almost by default. Now, it could seize the reins and drive that even more, you know, purposefully forward. It has a little bit of competition with the EU there, but the EU, sort of like the US, is sort of like raising some walls in the forms of tariffs and stuff against China. And so none of these solutions are perfect is part of the problem. The UN talks, of course, aren't perfect either. None of these solutions are perfect either, but there are big players out there who could pick up the ball.
Hey, Mark, we've talked about this in the past with you, especially in the last 4 weeks, but it's, you know, one thing that you've raised in the past couple of years is the idea of a whole of government approach to this, an entire United Nations approach to this. But what we've also found in recent years has been that at the local levels, states, municipalities, towns are actually taking this on themselves. What are you learning there?
Yeah, for sure. California is the biggest player in that, but there are others. You know, Washington State, New York State. There are many states now that are moving the ball forward. Michigan is another one that have signed climate laws and are looking to do more. And they did a lot when Donald Trump was in office the first time. They took a lot of the burden of this on themselves, and which is one of the reasons why the green energy transition didn't really slow down during his first term. The S&P Global Clean Energy Index rose 250% during his first term. Could happen again. You know, there are state and local governments in the United States that will do that. There are local and regional governments around the world that could do that. Industries could work together to do that. It's hard to imagine that given the anti-ESG backlash in this country right now, but it's not happening all over the world. And again, the economics of this are starting to be such that companies can't ignore these risks or the opportunities.
I mean, Mark, I see in your story you say that some climate activists are looking to courts to force polluting countries and companies to clean up or pay up. How successful has that been? I mean, you mentioned the fact that ESG has not been as much of a push here in the United States as it once was before, maybe a few years back. What is that looking like now?
Well, it's iffy in the courts, honestly. I mean, there have been some minor wins here or there when activists have taken companies and states to court. But I am a little skeptical. So there's a huge case that just started this week in The Hague in the Netherlands, the International Court of Justice, a bunch of like 100 NGOs and small countries that are vulnerable to climate change, Pacific Islands, sued big rich countries to find out what they are responsible for legally in terms of fighting climate change. The U.S. went to that court and said, no, please don't do this. We're doing just fine. And a lot of other big countries said, we're not interested in doing this. And this is under the Biden administration, by the way. I can't imagine that a big ruling out of the ICJ next year would get any kind of hearing from Donald Trump at all. So I don't put a lot of faith in the courts. What could happen is that some of these things, like an ICJ ruling, could set a precedent that over time puts more pressure on countries and companies to change their behavior, but it's not something that will happen right away. I mean, some people are thinking about like a big tobacco settlement like thing for the oil companies, where it's many, many billions of dollars, or it would have to be trillions, honestly, in this case, to make it really sting at all. I don't see that happening anytime in the near future. And so we are going to have to look to I think, other avenues to really get more relief.
Mark, I recycled some takeout containers last night. Am I saving the world?
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're doing your part.
Yeah, but I say that in jest, but you do argue that consumer choices can help set trends, public pressure can be effective. We're talking about more than just recycling here.
Yeah, for sure. I always hesitate to go too far into this. It's up to you to do this, because the whole idea of a carbon footprint was invented by British Petroleum to kind of make you feel bad. Like, British BP would say, well, yeah, we're polluting the planet, but so are you with your not recycling and you're driving your car around. And so I always hesitate to do that. But there are things, and not everybody is wealthy enough. Electric cars in this country right now are kind of expensive. Not everybody is wealthy enough to go out and buy one. But there are other things you can do, other choices you can make in your life that maybe will help build consumer trends. The biggest thing, though, and I always say this, is your political power, your voice. We see it all over the world and in different situations and circumstances. When people get together, they can influence governments, they can influence companies with their activism. And so we're not seeing much of that climate activism in this country right now, but who knows? Maybe that will change over the coming years.
Mark Ongloff of Bloomberg Opinion. Check out his columns at OPI and Go on the Terminal, and also at Bloomberg.com.
is 3:40 on Wall Street. I'm Denise Pellegrini. We check the markets for you all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks right now, they are mixed. And for more, we're going to go to the First Word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call and the amazing Bill Maloney. Bill.
And good afternoon, Denise. That's right. Stocks are trading mixed with the Dow currently down 139 points. The S&Ps are higher by 10 while NASDAQ gains 0.7%. The U.S. 10-year yield is at 4.15%. Gold is up 4. Oil trading in the red, but Bitcoin has had a wild ride today, falling down to 92,000 and now trades above 102,000. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were consumer discretionary and telecom. Energy was under pressure, and leaders to the upside in the Dow, Amazon and Nike, while UNH fell 5% and led to the downside. After earnings, Lululemon rose 16%, HPE jumped 11%, and in the tech space, Apple plans a 3-year modem chip rollout in a bid to outdo Qualcomm. Wrapping things up, the Magnificent 7 Index is up for a 6th day and is trading at a new, fresh, all-time high. Live from the First Breaking News Desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Denise?
All right, thank you, Bill. To hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type SQUA on your Bloomberg terminal. And we do have some breaking news now. Investigators say they believe the gunman who killed United Healthcare exec Brian Thompson has left New York City. That is the police commissioner to CNN. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now whenever you get your podcast. I'm Denise Pellegrini, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no.
Who's gonna drive you home?
Honey, please, I'll do the driving.
Drive on.
Excuse me, I want to drive.
It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
It is about that time. Look at that. 18 minutes roughly until the close of U.S. trading. On this Friday afternoon, taking a look at the S&P 500, up to close to 0.2%, off the best levels of the day, but still in the green. The NASDAQ higher by 0.7%, also around its best levels of the day, I should say about that. The Dow is down 0.3%. Look at that. It is time to drive to the close. Let's bring in Megan Horniman. She is Chief Investment Officer over at Verdance Capital Advisors. She joins us from Hunt Valley, Maryland. Megan, how are you?
How are you? Good, thank you.
Yeah, we're doing pretty well. Sort of trying to figure out what 2025 looks like. A lot of folks now thinking about, okay, well, if the S&P 500 was up more than 20% in 23 and 24, what is 25 going to look like? There's a lot of kind of factors at play with the new administration coming in, people thinking differently about interest rates. What are you thinking?
So I think we could start with interest rates, especially since we got that jobs report today, and that was one of the final pieces of information, aside from the inflation data, that the Fed needs before their next meeting. And I think from an interest rate perspective, it doesn't change the fact that the Fed will cut interest rates in December, but it does make 2025 look a little bit less certain, and that's because the inflation continues to be the sticky story there. It's something we've been talking about, that the sticky part of inflation, so whether it's housing, whether you look at the wage number that we got today, services, all of this is still problematic for the Fed, and it's something that they can't control. So we were a little concerned when they went with the 50 basis points in September. This is something that was a little aggressive in our opinion, and the biggest risk was it reigniting inflation. And what we're seeing right now is the inflation progress is basically stalled. So this is going to take, it's obviously pulled some of the rate hikes off the table for next year. Right now we think there'll be a cut in December and then a pause and reassess the situation, see how it goes into 2025. From an equity perspective, I think that 2025 is it can be a positive year, but don't expect these double-digit types of returns. Expect more muted returns next year, and that's because we think the earnings situation, the earnings environment, is just it's pricing in way too much optimism for the economic situation next year. And I think the economic situation is going to be a bit weaker than we've seen, and that's going to put some pressure on the earnings growth. So we are a little bit cautious going into 2025 from an earnings perspective. Equity perspective. Remember that it's also the third year of a bull market. That does tend to be one of the weaker years in the bull market, loses steam there. And it's the first year of a presidential term, which history tells us that's actually the most chance that you get during a presidential term for recessions. So I think that the equities, just expect more muted returns next year.
Megan, it's interesting that you just bring up President Donald Trump, the new elect here. I mean, we did see the Russell 2000 posting its best return this year on optimism about Trump's campaign promises. Is now the time for small caps as we look at 2025?
Well, small caps are, from a valuation perspective, more attractive than the large cap space. But this run that we've seen in the small caps is totally ignoring the fact that, A, they can be interest rate sensitive. And we just talked about how the Fed's not going to be able to cut interest rates. And there's a risk that, the interest rates could move higher, not necessarily the Fed funds, but because of inflation, you could see higher interest rates. So this is something that, it doesn't, they're taking too much